Hi, Luis. Good morning. Welcome to St. Nersēs Armenian Seminary. If you've not been here before, it's a pleasure to greet you on behalf of the faculty, staff, and board of directors. If you've been here before, welcome back, especially Professor Terian, who for a decade served as academic dean. We're pleased to assemble and offer this phenomenal conference, 3-day, 2.5-day conference dedicated to St. Nersess Shnorhali and his context, Shnorhali. You know, St. Nersess Seminary is the only Armenian seminary in the Western world. We're still, newcomers to the scene of Armenian seminaries compared to our historic ecclesiastical hierarchical centers, but we are moving quickly forward, and I think that we have and will continue to leave our mark on the life of the Armenian Church worldwide. I want to begin by thanking the organizer, the primary organizer, Dr. Ani Shahinian, and also Professor Roberta Irvin for her guidance. And for all of you for taking time to be with us, whether you are an attendee or an instructor or presenter, we feel blessed and honored to have you amongst us, either on the screen from a distance or present in person. We pray that the day will be a day of learning, discussion, and also some fellowship. And so, Pariotses, Hacholutun, and may it be a wonderful experience for all of you. God bless you.
Good morning to you all. I'd just like to second what Professor Dean Shevyan just said, and extend a very warm welcome to all of you who are joining us today as speakers, participants, or guests. Those of you who are physically here with us, it's lovely to have you, and those who are virtually present in Europe, Armenia, and elsewhere in the world. We are delighted that you're here. St. Nersess Seminary has waited a very long time for this conference to take place. Although the original plan was to do this in 2021 as part of the celebration of the seminary's 60th anniversary, COVID changed that plan completely, along with, I'm sure, many other plans that you all had. And lo and behold, here we are in 2025. The good thing is that we are now on the eve of the seminary's 65th anniversary, and also an upcoming anniversary of Nersess's elevation to the Catholicosate. So I think it works out well. We are finally celebrating in your company and with your help, not only our patron saint, Nersess Shnorhali, but also his namesake, Nersess of Lampron, and other thinkers and actors in that most creative period of time. Shnorhali of Barakayur. As you know, we stole Alishan's elegant phrase for the name of this conference. So as you listen to the presentations, we invite you to put your questions in the chat. During the discussion at the end of each panel, we'll do our best to include as many of your questions as possible. And now, just before we welcome our first keynote speaker, we have been graced with the unexpected and very welcome opportunity to set the stage for the day, to set the stage for the conference, literally, very visually. And so I invite Ani to introduce our guest.
Thank you, Dr. Irvin. Thank you, Dermatidos. Thank you, everyone, for being here. Professor Peter Cowie, Professor Terian, what an honor, and all of our colleagues and friends. It's really an honor to have you here. It's a pleasure to introduce Ted Nune today, to give us a visual journey of some of the sites that many of us would not have the chance in our lifetime or ever perhaps to visit. We get to actually go through a journey having the visual impact of the very things that we read, translate, write about, and study. So Ted and Nune are photographers who explore the intersection of both the built environment, but the natural topography. They travel to remote areas and make studies of their architecture and the industry, bringing a joint male and female perspective to their shared vision. Both artists photograph, they edit, they print, and they actually both bring that collective effort through unity, through a single signature. Since 2015, Ted and Nune have produced several award-winning projects, long-term projects, including one titled Desert Agreement, which is a study of the contemporary architecture in Dubai. Another one entitled Urban Current is an abstract that explores the urban energy. In 2023, they published their first book, Kerker Verlag, Stone and Candle, Armenian Monasteries, which we have copies of them here. It's a meditation on sacred architecture across Armenia and Artsakh. Their work on Armenian cultural heritage continues with their expansion in 2024, which includes a film on the Armenian fortresses of Cilicia in the permanent collection, which is now available in the permanent collection in the History Museum of Armenia. Their ongoing focus is the documentation of Armenian architectural heritage throughout Armenia, but not only, also historic Armenia, the homeland. Ted Nune's work has been exhibited in solo and group shows in Armenia, Japan, Russia, and the United States. Their upcoming exhibition will be here in New York in the fall of 2025, which I'm very excited to have our students visit you. Without further ado, if I may introduce Ted Nune to present to us today and take us on this beautiful journey through your artistic eye to Hromkla and to Aght'amar.
Thank you for the beautiful image. It's going to be helpful, I think, for everyone to think about what we're going to hear in the situation. My very great pleasure to introduce someone who doesn't need an introduction. Abraham Terian, as you all know, is Professor Emeritus of Armenian Theology and Patristics at St. Nersēs Armenian Seminary, where he also was our academic dean for 10 years, 10 wonderful years. I should add that he was professor of intertestamental and early Christian literatures at Andrews University for 20 years. More recently, he was the Robert F. and Margaret S. Goheen Fellow in Classical Philosophy at the National Humanities Center. He's the recipient of the Fulbright Distinguished Chair in the Humanities Award and an academician of the National Academy of Sciences of Armenia and of the Ambrosian Society of Milan, all of which he richly deserves. He has extensive publications in Hellenistic, early Christian, and medieval studies, and he continues to work until the present time. And we look forward both to what you are going to tell us and to the publications that are yet to come. Professor Terian, would you honor us?
Good morning, everyone. My special thanks to Father Mardio Shebian, the faculty, the seminarians, and of course to Mr. Dean Shahinian for making this conference possible. Special thanks to Dr. Irvin and to Dr. Shahinian for planning, organizing this wonderful, long overdue conference on St. Nersess Shnorhali. I also want to thank my colleagues who are here, Dr. Cowie, Dr. Arlen, Deacon Yervant, and the Reverend Fathers, and all interested in what we are doing today. Also, our listeners on the Zoom connection. Also, I want to say, to begin with, I feel good to be back here. It's really like homecoming. You know, especially in this library, I feel very much at home. I see some of the books and the series I was responsible in collecting during my short time here. But we are glad that this place is as wonderful as ever. And it's my prayer that it will continue to be. My topic today is titled Shnorhali and the Challenge for Sublimity in Armenian Medieval Literature. This is a very broad topic. I hope it will set a little context, periphery for what our conference is all about, and I'm grateful for Ted and Nune for setting these pictures to give us a broader context of the things we will be discussing these 3 days. So the challenge for sublimity in Armenian medieval literature is a very challenging topic also for me, but I have been thinking about this subject for quite some time. In fact, every time I read anything written by our medieval authors, this challenge that they faced keeps coming to me, confronting me to try to decipher why this particular challenge. One of my most favorite authors is Philo of Alexandria. He lived in the time of Jesus and the apostles, and thanks be to God that nearly a third of his work survives only in Armenian. And our Armenian fathers were quite familiar with his writings, at least with that corpus of his writings, which survives in Armenian only. And so to begin with, I have a caption here on the screen. The divine word, the Logos, places himself like vocal music between the voiceless elements of speech, that the universe may send forth a harmony like that of a masterpiece of literature. This is from Philo's work on Noah's work as a planter, section 10. So the divine Logos, the intermediary between heaven and earth, sets itself between the two realms, and through him we are able to have here on earth something we can call a masterpiece of literature. So thanks to the Logos. My paper could have been titled A Commentary on the Colophonic Epilogue of Shnorhali's Jesus the Son. For there he alludes to certain literary genres that seem to have been on his mind while composing his magnum opus. I regret to say that when a year ago so much attention was given to Saint Nersess Shnorhali, we hardly ever heard anything on Jesus the Son. Yet Jesus the Son is his magnum opus. And even for those familiar with this work, seldom has anyone, to my best knowledge, given focused attention to the colophonic appendix that he has to this work. And so the various literary genres to which he alludes in these last 3 pages of the magnificent magnum opus are very, very important. Indeed, they tell us how in the world he dared to write something like this in some 4,000 lines. So, to begin with, there is a clear reference to the classical tradition of literary sublimity, as well as a tacit allusion to the literary excellence of the Quran. In between, there is the mythical notion of inspiration, thanks to the divine Logos, who generates the best of thoughts and with whom the author has certain kinship anchored in his unwavering Christian faith. The sublimity generated by the divine Logos is well expressed by Philo, the first century Alexandrian philosopher and exegete of the Pentateuch, as indicated in the incipit of my paper. I will return over and over again to that incipit because it is very, very important. Just as the Logos created a harmonious universe out of discordant elements, so also the Logos enables the coming together of the diverse elements of sound to express one's highest thoughts in spoken and written words, plural, logoi, as also in song and musical harmony. The notion is akin to the Platonic music of the spheres, which is translatable to literary forms. The challenge to produce such literature was not lost to the early church fathers familiar with the writings of Philo, nor to later Eastern fathers through the Middle Ages, more so as they faced the Islamic claim that the Quran is inimitable because of its literary sublimity, hence the heavenly or divine origin of the Quran. The Armenian encounter with Islam ever since the Arab conquest of Armenia by the middle of the 7th century is an essential historical context for the literary development in this period, that is to say, by the end of the first millennium and into the beginning of the second millennium of the Christian era. The influence of Arabic poetry and prosody on conquered lands and peoples is not surprising. The post-Sasanian literary development in neighboring Iran is a case in point. Armenia was not affected, despite the subtle and not so subtle resistance to the conqueror's religious culture. It was a spiritual resistance. While civil and religious authorities dealt with circumstances diplomatically, given the political and economic ties with the Muslim world before and since the establishment of the Bagratid Kingdom, that's the end of the first millennium, there's no less significance in the social impact of Islam seen in the Arabic names in use among the Armenian nobility, especially among the Neo-Kamsaragan Pahlavunis, including the kinsmen of Shnorhali. When we look at the ancestry of Shnorhali, we are overwhelmed by the Arabic names of ancestors. So this is just a point to show you how strong was the social impact of Arabic culture on Armenians in the time of Saint Nersess Shnorhali. So the influence of Arabic is not just to be seen in literature, but even in the very names of people around, especially the nobility. Due to methodological consideration, my paper is invariably punctuated with quotations from Shnorhali's epilogue to Jesus the Son. Before diving into it, however, I shall give but a brief description of this truly biblical epic. Completed at the age 50 in the year 1151, it consists of 3 books totaling 3,838 lines. Well, if we consider the epilogue, we could roughly say 4,000 lines in epic verse. The first book, in 1,294 lines, covers the Old Testament, Big Adam. The second book, in 1,500 lines, the earthly ministry of Jesus, lines, the passion of Christ, culminating with the eschaton, the end of time, and the day of judgment. All 4,000 lines arranged equally in couplets, or the same could be arranged in quatrains. Instead of just couplets of 2 lines, it could just as well be divided into quatrains of 4 lines all the way through. All these lines, most importantly, end with in. They all rhyme in in. The epilogue is about 4 pages long, the equivalent of 2 folia at the end of any given manuscript. It is composed of 160 lines that end in 3 different rhymes. This is the only place where the rhyme changes, but it's also interesting in what he's doing in this epilogue because it is most revealing all about everything he's doing in this wonderful epic. In lines 1 through 48, the lines end with on. Then there's quite a whole section in this epilogue where the lines end with I, like I. And the last third of this epilogue ends with E. So all these interesting vowels on I, E are very interesting. I'll talk more about it and why is he employing them, to what extent and to what intent. Nearly half the lines of the epilogue lend themselves to ancient literary criticism. The remaining line contained historical data with an admixture of theological reflection. Shnorhali knew well that the challenge for sublimity in literature has a long tradition, going back to classical times as we gather from the epilogue. There you have this to say. I have projected on the screen what I'm about to read. In Armenian, yev mi ihais vok Aght'amar techapahor pani esa yev ardakin garzinama vordes yev zerkan aphrodisia. In English, and let no one be disturbed by this, that this composition is in verse and consider it profane, that is to say, non-canonical, like unto the song of Aphrodite. We shall see how he's going to make a case that what he has written in Jesus the Son is actually a canonical, heaven-sent writing, no less inspired than scripture. It's quite a claim. And the second quatrain, Ziyeke student vortsevana sovav այնքան քերեցկանա, քանի արդյոք վայել չանա ճշմարտության տանս, որ իսմա. For if falsehood by pretense becomes so beautiful thereby, how more comely then become the words of truth that are herein. So here we have a direct reference to Greek secular literature, to the Song of Aphrodite. But what he implies by the word falsehood, for if falsehood by pretense is so beautiful, how much more truth which he is or has presented in Jesus the Son. I'm inclined to think, and I'll show this beyond the shadow of a doubt, that here we have an allusion to the Quran. Considered falsehood, of course, Christian thought, Christian response. If the Quran is so beautiful, how much more the truth that we Christians possess by way of scripture. And added to this scripture is, of course, Jesus the Son. The Ode to Aphrodite and the Hymn to Aphrodite are 2 songs in classical literature written by the Greek poet Sappho in the late 7th and early 6th centuries before Christ. It is beyond our immediate interest to dwell on them, for need to move on to consider the continuity of the tradition in Greco-Roman times. It will be enough to say that in Greek prosody, in epic and elegiac poetry, lines generally end with a vowel or a diphthong. The diphthong is the double sound when vowels are combined to prolong the vowel sound. But before moving on, I'd like to suggest that Shnorhali's remark on literary falsehood as beautiful need not be seen as limited to pagan literature. There seems to be a tacit allusion to the Quran in these lines, as we shall see. Sappho's archaic poetry as excellent example of literary sublimity is attested in several authors in antiquity. Most were attracted to her, by the way. Sappho is a woman, the greatest poet in Greek literature. The 31st poem titled, It Seems to Me, it's a very romantic poem about her attraction to another woman whom she describes as if she were a divine person, given her beauty and so forth. And then another poem which begins with the words, It Seems to Me, a very contemplative poem on beauty and the like. So, dealing with rhetorical theory, for the most part, sublimity in the treatise is defined as rhetoric that has the capacity to lead audiences into ecstasy, to transfix them, and to assert an irresistible power of mastery over them. In other words, the kind of oratory and/or literature that leaves audiences and readers spellbound. A vernacular word for this is the English word mesmerized. Sublime rhetoric impacts the hearers with cognitive and emotional force, transporting them to ever new realities as they keep listening. Very interestingly, the first 10 lines or so of Shnorhali's epilogue is precisely about this point, on the impact of rhetorical, oratorical beauty and its influence upon the hearers. However scant the documentary evidence in Shnorhali for direct reliance on classical texts, the tradition was alive and well, as demonstrated in the writings of Grigor Magistros, the great-grandfather of Shnorhali. Magistros is often cited as a foremost example of the appropriation and transformation of Greek learning in Armenian culture. As his epistolary, Namagani, indicates, he ran a school at home in the very tradition of Greek paideia. Such schooling, the only alternative to monastic education, was for the younger members of the family and the children of privileged friends, with the transmission of the instructor's legacy as his reward. Thus, the transmission of Magistros's vast literary legacy extends beyond his immediate students to his progeny, for whom it must have been aimed in the first place. And Shnorhali, fourth generation from Magistros, manifests thorough and direct familiarity with it. Among Magistros's works, the biblical epic Medzian Korsk Asvazain, which I have translated as Magnalia Dei, by the way, it's published, and for those interested in biblical epic, this is the first literary epic in medieval Armenian literature, by the way. And no doubt, our Saint Nersess Shnorhali was keenly at home with this particular epic by his great-grandfather. Now, in this book, Medzian Korsk Asvazain, known under various titles Tumanuche, Armanazi, Yevala, Yevala. But a little bit about the context of this epic is very important because Shnorhali is coming precisely from the same corner, from the same angle as his great-great-grandfather, Magistro. So this epic, Magnalia Dei, ends with monorhyme in throughout. It was a personal response to the challenge thrown at him by an Abbasid ambassador and Muslim theologian named Al-Manazi, whom Magistros met on a visit to the Emperor Constantine Monomachus in Constantinople in the year 1045. When deriding the Christian scriptures for lack of literary beauty on account of their human authorship and resultant errors and contradictions, Al-Manazi brings up a recurring argument used by Muslims to this day, that the Quran is so sublime literarily that it is humanly impossible to write anything like it. Hence its divine or heavenly origin. To this, Magistros replies that he could write something like the Quran in just 4 days, thus composing the epic in which he sums up the entire biblical history in poetic verse, in some 1,000 lines, all ending with the monorhyme in. This work must have had an early and indubitable influence on Shnorhali, whose first epic, written when in his teens, is a retelling of ancestral history under the title Vibaf Sanutun Haigazans, Epic History of the Descendants of Haig. In it, he establishes his kinship to Saint Gregory the Illuminator, narrates the deeds of his Pahlavuni ancestors, and refers to the literary works of his great-grandfather Magistros. So he knew the works of his great-grandfather very well, comparing them with those of Homer and Plato. This is important comparison. More on the influence of Magistros on Shnorhali will be said shortly, and how in Jesus the Son, our saint wanted to outdo his great-grandfather. In other words, in Jesus the Son, we have 4 times as long a biblical epic as we have in Magistros' Magnalia Dei. Now we shall turn our attention to an earlier trajectory of this tradition in medieval Armenian literature, one that predates Magistros, albeit by half a century only, namely the prayer book of Saint Gregory of Narek, the Madhyan Vokperkutyan, his magnum opus. Here we see how the claim for the heavenly origin of the Quran, on the basis of its literary sublimity, was a besetting issue that seems to have challenged Armenian authors in earlier times. I shall draw attention to 2 instances there where he seems to be addressing indirectly the challenge posited by the Quran. In prayer 3, very early in the book, Naregasi has a string of 99 epithets or attributes of God, some given in apophatic terms, defining God by what he is not, with an additional 9 charismatic epithets of Christ, a total of 99. Attributes, terms for God who is indefinable. Redundancies notwithstanding, these epithets are numerically comparable with the tradition of the 99 beautiful names of Allah, Asma'ul Husna, in Islam. The names or epithets indicate specific conception of God and his essence or character, all loaded with theological implications. The tradition of collecting such names, epithets, and attributes of God has an earlier tradition in Christianity, traceable to Pseudo-Dionysius the Areopagite. These emanate from the belief that God is essentially nameless and his attributes are infinite. For to call God by any name is tantamount to defining the one who is beyond definition. Lesser clusters of epithets are found throughout the prayer book, especially in prayers 32, 49, 76. And Narigazzi is quick to add that God, quotes, cannot be defined by names nor described by epithets, prayer 34. Like his name, he is beyond grasp by any term or any idea or any other means of human or even angelic apprehension. Indeed, God is above any expression or contemplation. Another significant encounter counter to Islam is found in prayer 26. The only prayer Narigazzi declares to have composed in rhyme, even though he had employed rhyme earlier, especially in prayer 23 and prayer 24. But why later, when employing rhyme, he says this is the only prayer he's writing in rhyme? The reason is because that third one in rhyme is with E. And he refers to rhyme only when he employs the ending the rhyme with E at the line. This is very important. Simply, when they, not just Narigazzi or Shnorhali, when they move into the monorhyme E in their composition, we can be pretty sure that this is a counter to Islam, simply because E is the dominant rhyme in the Quran. So the association of the E sound with the expression of wretchedness is worth noticing, a point to which I'll return shortly. And it's very interesting that when they appeal to the monorhyme E, they want to indicate that what I'm about to tell is something very wretched. Enough is said about the Armenian engagement with Islam and its holy book by the end of the first millennium and prior to Shnorhali. Now back to our saint. He claims in his epilogue to Jesus the Son that his works, like the Quran, are heaven sent, that they are universal, intended for all people, whereby those worthy by grace could call God Father, a claim not unlike those made earlier by Narigazzi. And so I have on the screen a couple of quatrains that are very, very important to see where he's coming from when composing Jesus the Son. I shall read it in both languages. Ըստ ծառաքույնն բարձրության, որի հեգնից երգիր քնական, սավայր փերե խոնարհական, որ քյուր անուն ժողովեցան. The Most High is the one who from heaven to dwellers on earth brings down this modest work to those gathered in his name. Now, I have emphasized the word this in Armenian sa, without a shadow of a doubt. The pronoun this is with reference to Jesus the Son, the composition which he has given us. So this composition has come down from heaven to dwellers on earth. The second quatrain, Եվ զարարիչն հանրագան, որով բոլոր էակս դերձան, սովավ գոչյալ որդիկ մարգան, հայր շնորհի արժանացան. The creator of the universe, by whom all beings were created, through this work, Jesus the Son, has the children of men, those made worthy by grace, to call God Father. The last line here is based on the adoptive theology of Galatians 4:6. Because you are sons, God has sent forth the Spirit of His Son into our hearts, crying, Abba, Father. Shnorhali no doubt assume his readers' familiarity with the biblical verse, just as he assumed that reading his work would lead them into such spiritual experience that, like Jesus the Son, they could call on God Father, Abba, an Aramaic word retained in the Greek and Armenian scripture. So from Jesus the Son to the followers of Christ who call upon God like Jesus, Abba, Father. Shnorhali goes on to compare his writing in rhyme with the biblical Song of Songs and the biblical Psalms. He even goes on to compare his writing in rhyme with the wisdom books, and more specifically with the biblical Psalms. Now, of course, we know that the Hebrew Psalms do not necessarily rhyme, but they're beautiful alliteration and balance and the like. I'm sure Professor Coy will tell us more about biblical Hebrew, the biblical text. But the point is that to associate his writing, his composition with the biblical wisdom books, and in particular the book of Psalms, is very significant. In other words, he's claiming equal inspiration for what he has composed as we have in scripture. The question is how literary works descend from heaven. Shnorhali is heir to a vast patristic tradition, itself inherited from Greek and Judeo-Hellenistic tradition, awareness of which should help us see better from where he's coming. Take, for example, the Greek etymology of the word phone, sound, voice. The Greek word phone etymologically is made of two words. Pho, from phos, light, and ne, from nous, mind. So the voice itself is the light of the mind. Expressed through the vocal organ. Elsewhere in Greek thought, as in Stoicism, voice is described as the expression of the endiathetos logos, the inner reason, formulated in the mind before it becomes prophorikos logos, outpouring reason, as it courses out of the mouth in the form of speech. There is also the broad allegorical interpretation of the Pentateuch, especially by the Celtic detail, especially the Celtic details in Exodus and Leviticus in the works of Philo, on which the church fathers dwelt heavily in their biblical interpretations. Just foregoing the detailed allegorization on the Celtic temple of the Hebrews in Sinai, let us just very briefly think about the allegorical interpretation of the high priestly vestment, the breastplate with the 12 gems representing the zodiac, that's entirely a heavenly setting, the white robe of the high priest extending from head to toe, and at the hem of which we have the bells And this is the sound of the heavenly sphere being heard down on earth through the bells at the hem of the Jewish high priest. So think of this allegory that unites heaven and earth in the vestments of the Jewish high priest. The details are very elaborate. I don't need to go into it, but here we see how in Hellenistic Judaism and later on into the patristic tradition, all of which coming from earlier Hellenistic times, connect the heavenly logos with earthly logos, namely voice, speech, articulation, oratory, and the like. In the concluding part of Jesus the Son, when contemplating the eschaton, Shnorhali awaits the fact when the Jewish people shall lament when they see the one they pierced, and the Muslims shall be scattered, those who disparage the sign of the cross. Shnorhali calls Muhammad blind and leading the blind in his historical epic. And in his confession of faith, Pan Havado, he refers to Muslims as those blind followers of the blind-minded Muhammad, leaving no doubt that the confession of faith is a counter to Islam's al-Shihada, the Muslim confession of faith. And it is beyond the scope of my paper to delve into his polemics against Islam, heightened in his lament over Edessa, especially in parts 6 to 9, which sum up his knowledge of the Islamic religion. There he identifies Muhammad with the biblical Antichrist. Curiously, only in these parts of the lament he employs the typical Arabic monorhyme in. Only when he talks about Islam and Muhammad, we have the rhyme in. That this is a deliberate association on his part is clear, an association not lost to his nephew and successor, Gregory the Ral, who became Catholicos immediately succeeding Shnorhali, and who in 1189 wrote a lengthy 4,000-line lament over the fall of Jerusalem to Saladin in 1187. And it is interesting what we see here on the screen. These are the opening words of the lament over Jerusalem by Grigor Dra. Ahat sign sign vochpakin. Sign. You notice how it begins with the word voice, very much like the Madyan vochperkutyan of Neregatsi begins. Sign. This voice heard on earth is the heavenly voice. And because it ends with in, it is lalakin, it is lamentation, it is a tragedy, it is catastrophe, it's bad. All right. Now, this notion of literary sublimity was not limited to religious authors, but was widespread in neighboring cultures. A contemporary of Shnorhali, Nizami Kansavi, in Armenian would be Kansagetsi, that's Kansag in Gharapar, for example, wrote 5 romances in verse, collectively known as the Quintet, Khamsa, regarded as the most precious example of medieval Iranian literary refinement and among the best in world literature. Yet even he, a Sunni Muslim, was not reluctant to bring up religious themes and references to Islamic values amidst his stylistically impeccable narrative poems, replete with aesthetic beauty, use of pictorial allegory, and exploration of universal themes like love, loss, and the human condition. So the injection of Islamic values, even in secular poetry, was quite a challenge for Armenian authors to respond in kind. We also find this in Syriac literature during this period, in their response to the Islamic challenge of the sublimity of the Quran. While interactions between Christians and Muslims were a regular feature of political, intellectual, and cultural life during the Caliphate, religious adversities grew more tense by the end of the millennium. This is present also in the vast corpus of Syriac literature of this period. Syriac Christianity had its encounter with Islam quite early in the history of the Caliphate. Of special note is the account of Patriarch Timotheus I. He was in office around 780 to 823. Very interesting period, detailing his dialogue with the Caliph himself and the scholars at the court of the Caliph. The rest need not concern us here. However, this is important. An exact contemporary of Shnorhali, Dionysius Bar Salibi, he died in 1171, wrote a long refutation of Islam in 30 chapters, divided in three general discourses. I don't want to get into this. We also have Byzantine Greek literature from this period, also both directly and indirectly responding to the Islamic claim of the magnanimity of the Quran and its special inspiration, inimitable text. Now, I don't know how many more minutes I have. My time is up. Right.
About 5 minutes.
Okay,
Yes.
in 5 minutes, I'll give you more as to why the challenge to Shnorhali is so important. You know, there can be no doubt that Christians were losing their faithful in conversion to Islam. The Islamic appeal based on the magnanimity, the literary magnanimity of the Quran was very compelling. And so our medieval Armenian authors and other contemporaries in Syriac and Greek had to respond to this. And given this whole background about literary magnanimity coming down from heaven through the intermediation of the Logos and so on, is very understandable to Christian authors, especially to one like Nersēs Shnorhali. Especially their understanding of Genesis 1 and 2. God created humans in his image, according to Genesis 1:27. In Genesis 2:7, God breathed his breath in humans, and so that clay that God had made became a living being. And so whether in Hellenistic Judaism or in early Christianity, and so too in our Armenian church fathers, what is the image of God or the breath of God in us? What is the divine element within the human being? Believe it or not, both the image of God and the breath of God were given the same interpretation. This is our mind. This is our intellect. This is our capacity to think. So our thoughts are a divine heavenly reflection down here on earth. Every time we contemplate about God and we speak, knowing that this logos or voice or speech we articulate has a divine element inherent in it. Also important for Christian authors like Shnorhali is their notion of the Christian mysteries, namely baptism and the Eucharist, both being interpreted the same. Both baptism and the Eucharist being interpreted as participation in the life of Christ. In baptism, we're immersed in water, we die with Christ, we're buried with Christ, when lifted out of the water, we're resurrected with him into newness of life. So we participate in his life. And though that is once in a lifetime, through the Eucharist, we have this recurring participation in the life of Christ. And it is precisely this notion of participation in the life of Christ that when you read Jesus the Son by Saint Nersēs Shnorhali, in every pericope from Scripture on which he elaborates or summarizes or describes or remarks, believe it or not, he is there in every pericope. He puts himself in it. Why? Because he's participating in the life of Jesus the Son. And then, of course, the notion of the Spirit in Christian understanding, the Spirit that gives us utterance. It is the Spirit and the connection with the divine that gives us the confidence and the boldness to come to God. I did not read several other lines from this epilogue of Saint Nersēs Shnorhali, where he says, I am speaking here in Jesus the Son with God face to face. Something the prophet Moses didn't dare to do or was not allowed to do, yet Shnorhali claims to have the guts to talk with God face to face. Why? It's because of the affinity with Jesus the Son, this kinship with Jesus, who became one of us. Not only we are created in his image, but he too himself took this image. So there is this compounded relationship with the divine, both through the incarnate, both through creation in the image of God and through the incarnation of the divine Logos. This double divine kinship gives us this added boldness to come to Christ. Even in Havadokos, the one he says, to come to God with this boldness, having partaken of his body and blood. We have it in the prayers of Havadokos. So with this, I would like to conclude my remarks that just as the Quran's eloquence and sublimity was thought to transcend conventional human literary composition, and just as its verses possess an inherent power to stir emotions, inspire contemplation, and defy the intellect, so was the challenge for Armenian authors. Indeed, more so than for their Muslim counterparts, for whom the Quran's inimitability is but an article of faith. With Jesus the Son, Shnorhali, and to a lesser extent, Naregatsi and Magistros before him, were offering their faithful Armenian readers confidence that they have answers to the Islamic religious challenge. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Terian. It is an honor now to introduce Very Reverend Father Shahe Ananyan, who's joining us from Armenia via Zoom. Father Shahe is the Dean of the Gevorkian Theological Seminary of the Mother See Holy Etchmiadzin since 2021, specializing in the history of medieval philosophy and Armenian theological tradition. He earned his PhD in philosophy from Yerevan State University in 2016, following a license in biblical theology from Catholic University of Paris, and a BA from Gevorkian Theological Seminary. His research explores the history of Christian hermeneutics and philosophy, with a focus on Armenian, Syriac, and early church theological traditions. He has published over 50 peer-reviewed articles and 4 monographs. Very impressive. He is currently teaching at Gevorkian Theological Seminary and mentors PhD students working on dogmatics and philosophy and philosophical theology. Without further ado, and apologies for falling just a bit behind, Hi Shahed, we are very excited and looking forward to hear your paper. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think it's quite a very difficult task to continue after dear Professor Terian. Thank you very much, Professor, for your wonderful remarks and paper. And thank you all, especially for those who organized this wonderful occasion to be together. I thank you all, and let me share with you a special file with quotations. As you see, the title of my paper is Saint Nersess the Graceful and the Caring for the Soul, the Epistle of Consolation to Those Suffering from Leprosy. In the Armenian ecclesiastical literature, Saint Nersess Shnorhali occupies a very distinguished and particularly distinguished place. Contemporary scholarship has especially emphasized his vital role in strengthening Armenian Byzantine and Armenian Syriac ecclesiastical relations, so much so that he has been honored with the title Ecumenist before Ecumenism. To specialists in medieval Armenian literature, Katolikos Shnorhali is recognized as a brilliant poet, an unparalleled master of medieval Armenian prosody, and an exceptional educator. His dogmatic and exegetical works present the theological tradition of the Armenian Church in a new light, reflecting especially both intellectual depth and pastoral sensibility. However, another deeply significant aspect of his spiritual and literary legacy has received little or almost no dedicated scholarly attention, namely Saint Nersess Shnorhali's pastoral and spiritual care or soul-caring perspectives, which are expressed in various works, especially his letters. With a corpus of nearly 20 letters of diverse nature, he corresponded on both official matters and personal issues. It is particularly in these more personal letters, which constitute the second group of Saint Nersess Shnorhali's letters, that Shnorhali's views and approaches concerning the Church's pastoral mission are most vividly revealed. The special attention Saint Nersess paid to the spiritual education and care of the faithful is also attested by the historian Kyriakos of Ganzak or Ganzaketsi, and I'm quoting this description of Saint Nersess' spiritual care. He says, "The wish of this blessed man was that, if possible, people should abstain from speaking crassly, and instead occupy themselves with learning, not in wine-bibbing or any other pleasure. Therefore he created songs and instructed the men who held the fortresses that instead of their vain noises they should utter the beginning lines of the Psalm of David. In the night I recalled your name, Lord, Hishesugi Gisheri Zanun Koter in classical Armenian, and solemnly in order, Arise my glory, Zartik Parkim in classical Armenian, which is now recited at Matins worship in church." End of quotation. Several of Saint Nersess' letters were prompted by the need to provide spiritual care. In addition to the general letter, Tucht and Tanrakan, which is itself a unique pastoral and canonical work, the following letters are especially noteworthy. The circular letter of Catholicos Lord Nersess, the universal teacher of enlightenment, sent to the eastern regions, especially to Kars, this is the diocese of Kars. The second one, the Catholicos' letter to the city of Samosata concerning the conversion of the Arevortik, sun worshippers. The letter of consolation addressed to those suffering bodily affliction, and the last one, letter of consolation addressed to an unnamed Eastern nobleman regarding the untimely death of his Son. In all of these letters, Shnorhali's focus is the spiritual and mental well-being of the faithful, as well as existential issues of illness and death. His responses draw on both theological insight and personal pastoral experience, offering guidance that is at once doctrinal and profoundly human. Of course, given the time constraints of today's presentation, it is of course not possible to address all of Saint Nersess's ideas on spiritual or soul caring in full. I will instead focus on his letter titled The Epistle of Consolation to Those Suffering from Leprosy. In fact, in our classical Armenian, it is Vtangalen Marmnov. That is, Saint Nersess doesn't mention the leprosy, but it is very clear from the letter that he is addressing directly to those suffering from leprosy. This text is especially noteworthy for the detailed perspective it offers on leprosy, a disease that was terrifying and incurable in the context of medieval society, not only in Armenia, but also in Byzantine Empire and in the Western Christianity. As I said, among the pastoral writings of medieval Armenia, in fact, in the time of Saint Nersess, few texts offer such theological depth as the Epistle of Saint Nersess the Graceful to those afflicted with leprosy. Composed during his tenure as Catholicos of all Armenians in the 12th century, the letter offers not only words of comfort to marginalized community, but a profound reflection on the mystery of suffering and the care of the soul. The epistle itself in fact, is a summary of theological and pastoral principles with which the Armenian Church was and is now carrying on her mission of soul care. Saint Nersess combines pastoral sensitivity with theological depth, offering consolation to the afflicted while articulating a nuanced vision of bodily suffering as a locus of spiritual transformation. Drawing on biblical imagery and patristic echoes, the epistle interprets the leprosy not only as divine punishment, but also as a spiritual trial through which the soul may be purified and brought into deeper communion with Christ. The letter's tightly structured general and literary form suggest, or could suggest, that it was written in accordance with the finest epistolary traditions of the Catholicosate of Hromkla. Nevertheless, the absence of both an epistolary introduction and conclusion indicates a more informal, intimate style, one that places greater emphasis on the pastoral and soul-caring dimension. It is addressed, as I said, to a distinct and often overlooked group within medieval society, those afflicted with leprosy. This disease carried not only physical but also religious and social significance, especially considering the negative attitude toward it in the Old Testament. Since the issue in the letter is very precise, that is, leprosy and lepers, I suggest to make a brief outline of what was a general conception of that disease, leprosy, in medieval Armenian Church. To that end, I would like to present some important historical evidences in which the official canonical attitude of the Armenian Church has been formulated. The available evidence reflects two prevailing approaches toward leprosy in medieval Armenia. The first, which was essentially the dominant societal view, regarded leprosy as a divine punishment inflicted upon an individual due to his or her sins. Accordingly, the leper was perceived as the bearer of a special curse and retribution. I will try to present to you this is a quotation from Պատմություն հայոց Մովսեսի խորենացվո. When do you see the quotation? I'm sorry.
Yes, we do.
Yes. Okay. Good. As you see here, Shnorhali in his history speaks about Emperor Constantine, Constantinos, and he emphasizes that because of the persecutions against the church, because of his presumption, he himself was afflicted with elephantine leprosy over his whole body. So the second evidence is also from the history of Moses Horenatsi. And this is very important because in this quotation, we see that in medieval Armenia, at least 5th century, the lepers were considered as bearers of divine punishment. So Shnorhali says very, very clearly that for lepers were persecuted, being considered impure by the law. So, of course, referring to the Old Testament law, and those suffering from elephantiasis had to flee lest the disease spread from them to others. Their retreats were deserts and remote places. Their hiding places were rocks and forests, and they found no consolation for their misery from anyone. So the third one, the last one, in fact, of this conception, leprosy as a curse and retribution, is from the epistle of Ghazar Parpetsi, Tucht Ghazara Parpetso. Through invited inspired persons, Aaron and Mariam were emboldened to unworthy thoughts, and God made the prophetess leprous. So from these quotations, we see very clearly that I'm sorry. We see that leprosy in medieval Armenia was conceived as something incurable, and then as a due to the divine punishment and curse. The second perspective acknowledged leprosy as an incurable disease. While it could indeed result from personal sin, it was also understood as potentially rising from the inscrutable will of God, serving as an opportunity for spiritual and moral purification. It was on this principle that the shelters for the pures in classical Armenian urkanots, borotanots, achkatanots, and leper asylums were created in medieval Armenia. Accordingly, lepers were considered individuals in need of special pastoral care. They could not be regarded as people living outside the church. Rather, the church and the clergy were expected to approach them with a particular spiritual care. This is evidenced by one of the canons in the Book of Canons, Canon Agirkayots, which explicitly prohibits denying a leper access to Holy Communion solely on the basis of his/her condition. I will try to present you this quotation. These are canons of Saint Sahak, the Armenian Catholicos, Sahak Partev. So there is a question and there is an answer. I would like to sum it up in English. So the leper or the scabbed one who is otherwise pure may partake of the holy mystery, for it is not a diseased body that is abominable, but a soul and body defiled by sin. So the other canonical quotation from the canonical epistle or rite of Saint Basil of Caesarea, the husband or the wife must not abandon their spouse who contracts scabies or becomes possessed, but must care for them with holiness, for this is pleasing to God. But if they abandon them, they may not remarry as long as the sick spouse is alive. And year after year, they must provide for their subsistence, for what God has joined, man cannot separate. And if they remarry, they shall be called an adulterer. This is very important that in the Book of Canons of the Armenian Church, there are very special references to the situation where the special pastoral care, or not only pastoral, but also the care of society should be considered. So the last canon, the canon of Sion Bavonetsi, from the 24 canons of Sion of Bavon, the bishop, the court bishop, or the priest must not receive the priesthood for temporal glory, so as to concern himself only with worldly affairs while neglecting the illnesses and spiritual sufferings of his flock. But if he is negligent, he shall be deposed. This is a very strict canon. The last one, the 38 canon of Saint Saak Partev, you see very clearly that in medieval Armenia in 5th century, the vank or the monasteries was aptly chosen, for these houses joyfully give to all in need, and their flourishing is not only beneficial for foreigners, but even more so for villagers, as they tend to the sick and console the grieving. It's very clear that the conception of the monasteries as asylums for foreigners or for lepers or for deceased people also was canonically considered. So I present also two very important and famous quotations from Yuzandaran Patmutyung, Initiatives of Saint Nersess the Great, where in fact, in the Armenian Church, this soul-caring and philanthropic mission of the Armenian Church started. Now we have, in fact, all these quotations present, as I said, two very precise conceptions of what is leprosy as disease and as divine punishment. In his letter, Shnorhali, responding to a series of questions concerning illness, poverty, and physical weakness, presents his own views on theodicea, and also offers practical measures for the physical and spiritual care of the sick. From his answers, we can also infer what questions the lepers in Edessa, because it is very clearly mentioned in the letter that the lepers were from Edessa, might have asked him. Thus, the questions addressed to Shnorhali can be reconstructed as follows. First, why are the lepers treated with such contempt? The second question, why does God allow such terrible diseases like leprosy? The third question, can those who are beloved by God also suffer from severe illnesses and physical weakness? And the last one, are leprosy and diseases in general caused solely by God's will, or are there other reasons as well? First of all, it should be noted that Shnorhali clearly distinguishes between the providential and bodily, physiological origins of diseases. Thus, at the beginning of the letter, confirming that the pain and suffering of individuals suffering from leprosy are by God's will and permission, he also mentions that in the case of certain diseases, their origin is directly related to the imbalance and contradiction of the four elements, earth, water, air, and fire, in our body. Here is a quotation from his letter. I would like to present you this very important quotation where Shnorhali clearly explains that he says, therefore, your weakness and incurable bodily pains do not come from anywhere else, but from the command and will of God. However, not all sicknesses are caused by the reasons mentioned above. Many are born of the opposition of the elements which our bodies are composed of. This we all bear equally, whether just or unjust, as long as we are in this corrupt world. I'm sorry if you find some stylistic or grammatical faults, because this is my translation of the letter, because the letter till now is only in classical Armenian. Therefore, the hostile attitude and contempt towards lepers are primarily caused by people's ignorance. They are unable to distinguish the causes of diseases and believe that leprosy is the result of a course of divine punishment, and thus the sufferer is deemed to rightfully endure the indescribable pain caused by the disease. To explain this approach, Shnorhali thoroughly refers to one of the most famous figures from the Old Testament, Job. In his interpretation, Shnorhali highlights two important themes. First, by unconsciously and ignorantly viewing the sick as merely individuals subject to divine punishment, people become agents of Satan, because, according to Shnorhali, quoting him, they are unaware of the justice of the Most High and are committing sinful actions worthy of punishment, although they do not know that it is Satan who moves such individuals against you, as he did with Job's friends. So in this quotation, Shnorhali concludes, and this too is one of Satan's deceptive tricks by which he leads the virtuous person suffering from illness away from God's providential will. Job likewise was not so much wounded in spirit by the loss of his children and possessions or by the sores on his body, as he was by the irritating words of his friends and wife, whom Satan incited to argue with him. End of quotation. The choice of Job as a character is not accidental. In patristic thought, although Job is never explicitly identified with Jesus Christ, at least in the Universal Church Fathers' works, he is nevertheless perceived as a prototype of foreshadowing. Moreover, he is the ideal model of a Christian before the birth of Christianity. Thus, Job is perfectly righteous and keeps himself away from sin, possesses God's grace and blessing, aspires more to inner rather than outer wealth, much like a true Christian, and his family serves as an example of harmony and unity, thereby representing the prototype of the Christian family. It is likely with this very understanding that Shnorhali makes his next important observation. The scorn and contempt directed at the poor and the sick are, in fact, addressed directly to Christ himself. Here is the quotation. It's in fact very long quotation. I don't like to I wouldn't like to read it all, but as you see, the main point of Shnorhali is a very famous verse from the Gospel of St. Matthew, chapter 25, verses 35, 36. On these verses, he tries to explain that all these injustices or indifferences against poor and sick are directly against Jesus Christ. So, with this approach of seeing Christ in the poor and the sick, Shnorhali is in line with the patristic tradition, particularly the moral principles articulated by Saint Gregory of Nazianzus, Saint Gregory of Nyssa, Saint Basil of Caesarea, and Saint John Chrysostom. All these fathers formulated very special principles of how to proceed in the case of famine or diseases or leprosy. And all these fathers of the church wrote very interesting and important homilies on what is leprosy and what is care towards poor, etc. So Shnorhali's interpretation of Matthew 25, 31, 46 is entirely based on two main ideas, of course, inspired by this patristic tradition. First, Christ is sacramentally present in the poor and the sick. And second, at the second coming, Christ will bring to judgment those who have scorned and despised the poor and the sick, just as he will demand retribution from the persecutors of the confessors and martyrs for their shed blood. And here you see the quotation, very long quotation, but it's wonderfully constructed because Shnorhali explains very clearly that not only the persecutions against church, but even now in the society, in the Christian society, all the injustices or indifferences against Hungary, against deceased people are not only unacceptable, but also are against Jesus Christ himself. Why does God allow incurable diseases? Why do the good and virtuous suffer while the weak and arrogant do not? Why are some people rich and others poor? To these questions, Shnorhali's answers are directly related to the issue of theodicy. A significant portion of his letter is dedicated to discussing this topic. I will try to summarize some of the arguments. Shnorhali's argument is as follows. Diseases, bodily weaknesses, and poverty are inevitable because after the sin committed by our forefather Adam, we all live in a corruptible world. The Savior himself, upon becoming human, did not choose the path of wealth and glory, but instead aligned himself with the poor living in this corruptible world, thereby revealing the path to the kingdom of heaven through suffering. In his boundless wisdom, God allows some people to reach spiritual maturity through poverty and others through bodily weakness and illness. And here you see the quotation where Shnorhali tries not only to logically explain these injustices present in the medieval Armenian society, but also tries to make some very practical, to present some practical and very practical measures how to proceed in this case. Although Shnorhali views illness as a means of cleansing sins based on two gospel passages, John 5:14 and Luke 5:20, he also presents another equally important reason. Poverty and illness are also a path to salvation for the healthy and the wealthy, because by helping and caring for the poor and the sick, they seek an opportunity for their own salvation. From the perspective of social and communal relations within the Church, this important observation is also grounded in the sacramental understanding of the poor and the sick as Christ-like figures. I would like to present you another quotation from his letter. I would like to read the last sentence. The rich and the comfortable, by showing mercy to such people, will attain forgiveness for their sins and the heavenly rewards feeding the hungry, clothing the naked, welcoming the stranger, caring for the sick and prisoners, and comforting them. In conclusion, it can be stated that this letter by Saint Nersess the Graceful is a unique medieval document that addresses the moral and spiritual dimensions of illness. Its significance lies in the way it presents not only the traditional theological interpretations of disease, in this case, of course, leprosy and incurable affliction, but also in how it situates these interpretations within the pastoral and soul-caring context. Nersēs Shnorhali has produced one of the rarest pieces in Armenian ecclesiastical literature. As far as I know, knowledge, fewer than a dozen works in the entire corpus of Armenian theological works or thought from the 5th to the 18th centuries offer meditations and profound spiritual insights on illness and natural disasters. Moreover, in this letter, Nersēs closely follows the reasoning found in the works of the Cappadocian Fathers and Saint John Chrysostom, as I mentioned, particularly their renowned homilies on poverty and leprosy. While a full source-critical analysis falls outside the scope of this current report, I'm hopeful that in the forthcoming edition, maybe one day, the English translation of the letter, this important dimension will be addressed in a dedicated subsection. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Shaher. We will reserve questions for after the last speaker on the panel, which I would like to now introduce. Professor Michael Papazian is a professor of philosophy at Berry College, joining us from Berry, Georgia. Thank you for joining us, Professor Papazian. He specializes in ancient Greek philosophy and medieval Armenian theology. He is currently writing a book on Armenian prayers and writings of Saint Gregory of Nardek. Without any further ado, I would like to introduce and welcome Professor Papazian. We're looking forward to your paper. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And I'm sorry I can't be with you in up there in New York physically, but we're ending our semester here at Berry, and a lot of things going on, so I wasn't able to get away. But hopefully next time we have a conference, or you all have a conference, I will be there physically too. So my paper is concerned with Nersēs Shnorhali's ecumenical activity, in particular his relation with the Greek Church. And I'm looking at two specific documents, one in Armenian and one in Greek. And so that'll be my focus. The 12th century dialogue between the Greek and Armenian churches is documented in a number of texts, many of which preserve the demands made by Greek ecclesiastical authorities for union, along with the Armenian responses. This paper examines two such texts: the letter of Shnorhali to the Byzantine Emperor Manuel I Komnenos, addressing the demands of the Greek bishops, and a second document in Greek, the record of a disputation held some years later between Nersēs and the Greek theologian and philosopher Theorianos. Notable differences between the two documents shed light on the evolving character of Greek-Armenian dialogue. Of particular interest is the striking contrast in Shnorhali's demeanor, firm yet conciliatory in his letter to the emperor, but markedly more acquiescent, at times explicitly agreeing with the Greek position in the disputation. So I'm going to explore some of the differences and try to offer a clearer picture of the state of Greek-Armenian ecumenical relations during this period. So I'll begin with some historical and theological context of both of the texts and trace some key differences between them. And I'll conclude with some tentative reflections on Shnorhali's stance toward union with the Greek Church and his broader ecumenical vision. These exchanges unfolded against the backdrop of political realities in Armenian Cilicia and the mutual interest of both churches in a closer alliance amid external threats. So let's begin with the background of Nersēs's letter to the emperor. In 1165, Alexios Aksuch, a son-in-law of Emperor Manuel, and himself the governor of Byzantine Cilicia, the rank of protostrator, met with Shnorhali in the city of Mopsuestia. At the time, Nersēs was primate of the Diocese of Gla and had been designated by his brother, the incumbent Catholicos Gregory III, Palavuni, to meet with Alexios. The meeting's purpose was to discuss the faith and practice of the Armenian Church and the longstanding division with the Greeks, a division that had been in place at that time for over 6 centuries. Accounts of the meeting indicate that Alexios was impressed by Shnorhali's skillful defense of Armenian Orthodoxy, and he had requested that Nersēs put his points in writing, noting that spoken words do not remain long in the memory. Nersēs obliged and composed his letter on the confession of the church's faith, also addressing specific Armenian doctrines and practices that the Greeks had questioned or rejected, and which had been outlined in a previous letter composed by the Greek bishops. That letter from Shnorhali was given to the emperor, who responded in 1167 by requesting that Nersēs come to Constantinople for a synod aimed at a union of the churches. However, by this time, Nersēs had become Catholicos following his brother's death in 1166 and was too preoccupied to travel. He nevertheless encouraged further discussions between Armenian and Greek theologians and welcomed Manuel's interest in recovering church unity. Nersess's letter bears the title Letter on the Profession of Faith, Kir Havado Chostovanotian, and it survives in a large number of manuscripts. In the letter, Nersess seeks to demonstrate the orthodoxy of the Armenian faith and practices, often arguing that apparent differences with the Greek church were matters of terminology, emphasis, or tradition, rather than substantive doctrinal disagreement. The letter begins with a profession of the Trinitarian doctrine. Nersess affirms the single procession of the Holy Spirit from the Father, describing the Spirit as an emanation from the Father, not in the manner of the Son's begetting, but issuing forth like a fountain. This matter was, of course, not a point of contention with the Greeks, as the filioque clause was not at issue between the two communions. The more central and contentious issue, and the focus of both the letter and the disputation, was on Christology. Shnorhali sets out the Armenian teaching, asserting a position in line with the Miaphysite Alexandrian Christology that recognizes a strict union from two natures rather than in two natures. And he cites both St. Athanasius and St. Cyril of Alexandria as the main sources for this Christology. He affirms the doctrine of one nature in Christ, but clarifies that this was not in the manner of confusion, as Eutyches taught, but in accordance with the Cyrillian formula, one nature of the incarnate Word of God. He argued that when Armenians say one nature, they mean the same thing that Chalcedonians mean when they speak of one hypostasis. Shnorhali also states that the Armenians do not avoid saying two natures when they are opposing the heterodox views of Eutyches and Apollinaris, who confuse the two natures. But they emphasize that speaking of two natures in this context does not entail any division of the hypostatic union, as we would get in Nestorius's teaching. Shnorhali concludes that both one nature, understood as indissoluble and without confusion, and the terminology two natures, if it's understood as meaning a lack of confusion and alteration without division, that both of these terms are within the boundaries of orthodoxy. He presents this as a contextualist approach, where differing formulations are used to contrast Orthodox Christology from different heresies. So for the Armenians, the one nature terminology is meant to emphasize our difference from the Nestorians, and for the Chalcedonians, the two nature terminology is meant to distinguish them from Eutychianism or Docetism. But nevertheless, that the two formulas, understood correctly, express the same underlying truth. So Shnorhali addressed the objection that Miaphysitism subsumes Christ's humanity into his divinity, and he uses the analogy of soul and body, that is, two natures forming one person, to argue that the union of the divine and the human is ineffable, without confusion or alteration, such that the humanity exists fully, even while it is taken up by the divinity. In the letter, Shnorhali then turns to the question of Thartism, or the belief in the incorruptibility of Christ's body before the resurrection. The Greek side had objected that the Armenian teaching that Christ's flesh is incorruptible from the incarnation is Docetic. Shnorhali affirmed the Armenian doctrine of the incorruptibility of Christ's flesh beginning from the incarnation, and contrasts it with the view that only the post-resurrection body was incorruptible. He explained that the Armenian position is a moderate form of Thartism, where Christ voluntarily experienced passions like hunger, thirst, fatigue, suffering, and the crucifixion, distinguishing this from the involuntary suffering that other humans experience. Finally, Shnorhali concludes with a defense of a number of liturgical and devotional practices. The Greek bishops had accused Armenians of iconoclasm. Nersēs refutes this, stating that while some ignorant people do reject icons, the church leadership has always venerated them. And then he takes up the so-called Theopashite interpolation of the Trisagion, the Surpast Vads. Armenians include the phrase, "who are crucified for us," in the hymn, which the Greeks objected to as implying that the divine nature suffered. Nersēs defends this practice by explaining that the Armenians address the hymn to the Son, and because the Word united with the flesh, the Word experienced suffering in the flesh. He elaborates on this point and notes that the interpolation is best understood as saying, "who are crucified in the flesh for us." Vor marmenov chachetzad vasen mer. Nersēs also defends the Armenian use of sesame oil rather than olive oil for the Holy Muron. He explains that this was due to the colder climate in Greater Armenia, which is inhospitable to olive trees, necessitating the use of locally available oil, and asserted that there is no spiritual error in this. He also upholds the celebration of Christ's nativity on January 6th, based on an apostolic tradition transmitted from St. Gregory the Illuminator, and he provides a detailed calculation of that date based on the date of John the Baptist's conception as described in Luke's Gospel. Characteristically, Shnorhali adopts an ironic approach, refraining from criticizing the December 25th date for the Nativity and stating that what matters is not so much the date as that the observance be done to the glory of God. And he concludes his letter by praising Alexios and affirming that his writings faithfully present the official doctrines of the Armenian Church without any concealment or dissembling. His overall approach in the letter demonstrates an ecumenical spirit, seeking understanding and reconciliation, while defending the orthodoxy of Armenian traditions and formulations. He believed that many of the disagreements stemmed from differences in the meaning of words or emphasis, rather than in fundamental differences in faith. So that concerns Nersēs's letter. The emperor responded to that letter in 1169 and subsequently dispatched Theorianos, who is described as a teacher, philosopher, and emissary of the empire. And he sent him to Cilicia to continue the discussion of the union. Theorianos was accompanied by an Armenian monk named Atmanos. He's identified in the text as a monk of Armenian background at the monastery of Philippopoulos, the ancient name for Plovdiv in today's Bulgaria. Presumably, Atmanos served as an interpreter, and if that's correct, then Theorianos apologizes in advance to the Catholicos for Atmanos's rusticity. The word in Greek is agrokia, meaning a country person, someone dwelling in the country, in the rural area, and that accounts for his lack of proficiency in Greek grammar or proper style. And Theorianos begs that the interpreter's shortcomings not be attributed to the two learned interlocutors. Other Armenian bishops who are present during the discussions and do briefly participate, as does the Syriac bishop as well. Unlike Nersēs's letter, which was a structured presentation of the Armenian faith and a defense against specific criticisms from the Greeks, the encounter with Theorianos was a dialogue involving questions, answers, presentations of evidence, especially patristic citations, and direct challenges to points that Nersēs articulates in his letter. Much of the text reads as a cross-examination conducted by Theorianos, who asks Nersēs which patristic authorities he recognizes, and then follows up by citing proof texts that allegedly contradict Armenian doctrines. Unlike Nersess's letter, where he provides a rigorous defense of the Armenian doctrines, in the disputation, he more readily concedes the validity of the Greek position. Although they discuss several other of the points of disagreement, my focus here will be on the Christological discussion in the disputation. I will just note that some of the concerns in Nersess's letter have, by the time of the disputation, fallen by the wayside. There is no direct mention of the Authortist controversy. Instead, Theodianos introduces the monothelate controversy and provides a detailed logical argument in support of Christ having two wills. This question was not brought up at all in Nersess's letter. And in response to Nersess's questions, in the aftermath of the disputation, Theodianos concedes that the Greek authorities will probably permit the Armenians to maintain some of their practices, such as the use of unleavened bread for the Eucharist, and also their manner of electing the Catholicos. In defense of such allowances, Theodianos cites as a precedent that Saint Gregory of Hungary had permitted his bishops to be married. Christology, however, was for Theodianos and the Greeks a non-negotiable issue. While Nersess's letter argued for the orthodoxy of both the one nature and two nature formulations, depending on the context, Theodianos focused on demonstrating the patristic basis for speaking of two natures in Christ after the union. Thus, Theodianos pointed out that the phrase two natures in Christ appeared in St. Cyril's first letter to Saxenus, a text that Shnorhali himself relied upon. When Nersess noted that the Armenian version of this passage lacked that phrase, Theodianos presented a Syriac paraphrase which corroborated the Greek text, suggesting that the Armenian copy might be in error. Nersess, after hearing this, seems, in the account that we have, persuaded by this point. Theodianos uses this text to call into question the phrase that Nersess himself defends in his letter, namely, one nature in Christ. Theodianos directly challenges that phrasing, arguing that Cyril said one nature of the word incarnate, and that Christ properly signifies both God and man. And he presents numerous patristic citations from Cyril, Athanasius, Gregory of Nazianzus, John Chrysostom, explicitly using the phrase two natures after the union. While Nersess defends his use of one nature as signifying the indivisible union, the focus of Theodianos's argument is to get Nersess to explicitly affirm two natures after the union as a standard formulation. A striking development in the disputation occurs when Theodianos presents the entire text of the Horos, or definition of Chalcedon, to Nersess. After reading the text, the Catholicos is reported in this text to have made a crucial statement. He said that he found nothing contrary to the Orthodox faith in it, and he wonders why anyone would have opposed it, declaring the definition most correct and dictated through the Council Fathers by the Holy Spirit. And then he goes on to reveal details about a work written by an earlier Armenian Catholicos, John, who was comparable to the Great Fathers and had written against the Monophysites. Nersess states in the disputation that his predecessor and brother, Gregory III, had approved and confirmed the doctrine in John's anti-Monophysite writings. This revelation, according to the testimony, demonstrated that acceptance of views aligned with Diophysitism, or the two-nature view, and in opposition to Monophysitism, had precedent within the Armenian Church leadership. Theodianos thus then requests that the work be transcribed and translated into Greek so that it may be kept in the imperial city. So this passage in the disputation is a significant departure and distinction from Nersess's original letter, which defended the Armenian one nature formulation as orthodox alongside the two nature formulation if it's understood to express a lack of confusion in the union. But he never explicitly affirms an acceptance of the Chalcedonian definition, nor does he talk about an earlier Armenian tradition that allegedly supported Diophysite Christology. So what are we to make of this? What is in the Greek disputation text a clear acceptance on the part of Shnorhali of Chalcedon and Nersess's repudiation of its opponents, and his even more striking claim that the Armenian tradition has for centuries been consonant with the two-nature Christology. Well, assuming that the transcription is in any way trustworthy and not simply a distortion, there are several possibilities. Obviously, political matters were always at work behind ecclesiastical relations, and the circumstances in Armenia and in Byzantium were different in 1171 than they were in 1165. Nersess may have felt pressured by the secular authorities in Cilicia to come to a quick accommodation with the Greeks. Nersess also was now older, and within 2 years of his encounter with Theodianos, he would die. He may have felt a personal urgency to finalize the ecumenical process to which he had devoted himself. It does seem, too, that Theodianos was armed with an array of patristic texts that Nersess admitted he was not familiar with, at least in their Greek versions. And so his Greek interlocutor was much better prepared to confront the Catholicos than previous interlocutors had been. So these are greater mysteries, and I can't resolve them here. But I would like to say a word about this text of Catholicos John that Shnorhali refers to in the disputation. The work that Nersess refers to seems to me to correspond in its description to the text commonly known as Against the Fantasiasts of Hovanas Otsnetsi, John of Otsum. And that work seems to correspond to the way it's described by Nersess in the Greek disputation. One incongruity to this attribution is that John lived not 200 years, because Nersess says that this writing was written by Catholicos 200 years before him, but rather 4 centuries before Nersess. But the only other Catholicos named John who would fit within that time frame would be Hovanes Kertsi. And I'm not aware of any works attributed to him that are directed against the so-called Monophysites. But if you look at the text of John of Otsum's work on closer examination, it is, of course, directed against the Armenian Aphthardists or Julianists, who in John's eyes deny the full humanity of Christ. On my reading of that text, John never explicitly affirms the Chalcedonian two-nature definition, but comes very close to recognizing the persistence of two natures in Christ after the union. So it makes sense to infer that this is the work that Nersess is referring to at the end of this disputation. And it is consistent with his general ecumenical approach that it is acceptable to speak of two natures when one is arguing against alleged followers of Eutyches or Apollinaris, or in this case, Julian of Halicarnassus, while it is also proper to speak of one nature in Christ to emphasize the union in opposition to the Nestorians. Perhaps in an attempt to persuade enough of his bishops about the acceptability of acknowledging two natures, Nersess decided to present one of his venerable predecessors as an example of an Armenian patristic authority comfortable with the two-nature idiom. So much work remains to be done on church relations in this really fascinating period in Armenian church history. But I hope here at least to have made some modest advances in understanding better Nersess's approach to ecumenical relations with the Chalcedonian churches. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Papazian. Very, very interesting.
So here with us from Rome is Professor Marco Bias, our good friend and colleague, who's Associate Professor of Classical Armenian and History of the Armenian Church at the Pontifical Oriental Institute. And he's also Professor of Ancient Armenian Language and History of the Caucasus at Sapienza University, both in Rome. He's a member of the committee of the Asociación Internacional de Etudes Arméniennes, and we're also grateful to him for the work he does every year in editing the newsletters of the committee with all the updates and publications, new books, everything like that. His main interests focus on Armenian and Caucasian history and historiography of late antiquity and the Mongol period. He's devoted a monograph and several articles to Caucasian Albania and its relations with Armenia, and is currently working on Philip Metsopetsy's History of Tamerlane. He's also done quite a bit of work on Nersess Shnorhali's Vibasanatyun, epic history, which we heard about earlier. But today he's going to talk to us about Nersess Shnorhali and the book of the Unanimity of Faith attributed to Ali ibn Dawud al-Afadi. Professor Bias.
Thank you, Jesse, and thank you for the organizer for inviting me. I have no presentation, unfortunately. I had no time to prepare it, so I will just read from my computer on my computer. So I hope it will be clear, and I hope I will be enough time also. Anyway, I will try to read and then let's see. Nersess Shnorhali is renowned for having engaged in dialogue with the Byzantine Church from a remarkably innovative perspective. The affinities between his groundbreaking vision and the achievements of the ecumenical movement have been highlighted on several occasions. Some attention has been given to the presence of these ideas, these proto-ecumenical, we can say, ideas, in other Armenian authors. However, to the best of my knowledge at least, little to no consideration has been devoted to the recurrence of ideas traditionally attributed to Nersess Shnorhali in roughly contemporary Christian authors writing in Arabic. In what follows, I intend to compare Shnorhali's ecumenical openness with what we find in an Arabic Christian treatise entitled, the translation is, Book of the Unanimity of Faith, and to show how similar ideas can be found in other Arab Christian authors from the centuries immediately before and also immediately after Shnorhali's lifetime. I will mention just one or two of them because there are many and there is no time. So in doing so, Shnorhali thought, I think, and Shnorhali action will be situated within a broader intellectual movement shaped by the encounter between Islam and Christianity. This is, I think, the thing which put all this into being, this kind of proto-ecumenical thought. First, it is important to highlight some of the innovative aspects of Nersess Shnorhali's approach to interchurch dialogue. Those are things which are already known, but it's better to repeat something in order then to better understand the Arabic author. The first letter addressed by Nersess Shnorhali to the Byzantines in 1865 already shows Nersess Shnorhali's intention to set the confrontation between the two churches on radically different grounds from those on which previous attempts at dialogue had been based. According to Nersēs Shnorhali, in fact, the unity of the Church and the unanimity on matters of faith did not imply conforming to a single practice and a single doctrine recognized or imposed as orthodox. On the contrary, he believed that unity could be pursued by recognizing that the variety of rites and dogmatic formulations were expressions of local traditions and did not affect the essence of the faith. Thus, on one hand, Nersēs Shnorhali explains the reasons and demonstrates the legitimacy of Armenian liturgical traditions, for instance. On the other hand, however, he states that what truly matters is the spirit behind these rituals and their intent to glorify God. Therefore, it is legitimate for the Armenians to jointly celebrate Nativity and Baptism of Christ on January the 6th, unlike the Byzantines, because, I quote, but, he says, either way, let them be celebrated for the glory of God. So it's not important the date or the way we celebrate them. It is important the goal, that we want to celebrate the glory of God. And what matters, in short, is not the date on which the feast is celebrated, nor it is even the fact that the practice followed by the Armenians is supported by the scriptures, because he says we are doing the right thing, but it's not important, he says. You can do as you want. What is important, what matters is the fact that we do this for the glory of God. Similarly, Nersēs Shnorhali demonstrates how the Armenian use of pure wine as the Eucharistic species finds justification in both scriptural and patristic sources. And here I quote, however, he adds, one way or the other, one should perform the divine mystery only with pure spirit, and it should be done to please God. Whereas the impure and the profane, whether he performs it with a pure chalice or adds water, angers God, the receiver of the sacrifice, instead of reconciling with him, unquote. Nersēs Shnorhali here goes beyond the material element, as he does with the chrism, for instance, the myron, for which the Armenians used sesame oil instead of olive oil, since olives were not produced in Armenia due to the harsh climate. The type of oil, Nersēs states, is not important. What matters is the priestly blessing and prayers that confer divine grace upon the substance. I quote, similarly, the substance used for the blood of Christ, namely the wine, is acceptable whatever color it may be, black, red, or white. So the substance, the matter doesn't matter. In effect, the material element doesn't matter. Similar considerations are found in the second profession of faith that Nersēs Shnorhali sent to Byzantium along with the first letter addressed to Emperor Manuel I Komnenos in the autumn 1166. In this document, liturgical practices are considered, I quote, as mere traditions of nations and not an expression of any increase or decrease of faith, unquote. This concept is clarified through an original interpretation of the Pauline analogy of the head and the members of the body, in which faith and traditions are respectively recognized. And I quote, when the head, which is faith, joins and unites the head, Christ, then the limbs too, which are the traditions, become corrected or pleased with each other for the glory of Christ the God, unquote. Traditions are also compared to the color of skin. I quote, "The color of the body, whether it be black or white, does not harm the body if its constitution is healthy. Likewise, for those whose faith is sound, differences in respect to feasts or other traditions of the church are not harmful to souls." What is interesting here is that he says there are many differences, but they are not harmful. So he is not saying they are positive. He just said that they are not a danger for the faith, if there is true faith. And this is a difference that we will notice with the Arabic author I will consider afterwards. Regarding doctrinal matters, Nersēs Shnorhali makes a distinction between the essence of faith and its formulation. This is how he speaks about the key issue that divided the church, his church, from the Byzantine church after the Council of Chalcedon. I quote, "And instead of one person of Christ that you say, and is correct, and in fact is professed by us, we say one nature. These formulations are similar and are not due to heretical opinions. This is evident from the fact that when we formulate this same truth, we do not dwell on one nature only, but demonstrate the property of both natures. Thus, when we say one nature, we mean nothing but the indivisible and ineffable union of the Word with the flesh. On the other hand, we do not avoid saying two natures, provided that it does not imply division according to Nestorius, but only to demonstrate against the heterodox teachings of Eutychus and Apollinarius that the natures are unconfused. Therefore, if one nature is said for the indissoluble and indivisible union and not for the confusion, and two natures for being unconfused and immutable and not for division, both are within the bounds of orthodoxy. In these words, as Zekian has pointed out, Nersēs Shnorhali shows an awareness of the gap between the substance of faith and the human language used to express it. In doing so, he reveals the relativity of language, even when the language is employed in more technical fields, such as theology. At the same time, the Catholicos acknowledges the substantial conformity of Armenian Christology with the Byzantine Christology. Going even farther, as it has been noted, than the joint declaration of Pope John Paul II and Catholicos Caregin I in 1996. Whereas the later, and here I quote Riccardo Pane, who translated into Italian these letters, and there is a comment, an introduction, and he says, whereas the later, so the joint declaration of the Pope and the Catholicos, expresses Christological consensus by avoiding both the letter of the Chalcedonian formula and the letter of the Cyrillian formula, Shnorhali advocates a consensus based on the recognition of the compatibility of both formulas. So he is beyond this document. Nersēs Shnorhali, unquote, Nersēs Shnorhali also outlined the disposition both parties should adopt in approaching the dialogue. According to Nersēs Shnorhali, since Manuel Komnenos shared the same name, Emmanuel, with Christ, it would not be inappropriate for him to humble himself, just as Christ had humbled himself by coming into the world and being obedient even unto death. So humility, therefore, is the first of the qualities necessary for interreligious dialogue. And it is the key concept in many paragraphs of the first letter addressed by Nersēs Shnorhali to the emperor in response to a previous imperial letter that revealed the Byzantine conviction of being on the side of orthodoxy and having the task of guiding those who had strayed from the right path, such as the Armenians. So it is the answer he gives, but he stresses a lot the importance of humility. Along with humility, there is love, in which Nersēs Shnorhali recognizes, and here I quote, the first of the spiritual medicines as a means of healing the sickness of hate and division, unquote. Moreover, since he is engaging in dialogue with the Emperor of Byzantium and the Imperial Church, he underscores the importance of conducting the discussion on equal terms, despite the fact that one of the parties holds a position of greater authority. However, the proposals advanced by Nersēs Shnorhali ultimately founded against the steadfast Byzantine commitment to a more traditional notion of unity, one that required conformity to a single orthodox practice and to a single doctrine, understood, unsurprisingly, to be those of the imperial church. So the negotiation failed in that case. So now we can compare these ideas I try to single out here in this first part of my exposition. We can compare with what we read in this Arabic work. First, I will present this work because I don't know if it is widely known. It is a work published by Gérard Troupeau, published the Arabic text with a French translation. So it is translated entirely into French. It is a short work, just a few pages. And the work survives, so the translation goes back to 1969, so many years ago, and also the publication of the text. The work survives in 3 versions. The longest version, which is the one published and translated by Troupeau, and it is the one also translated into Italian, has come down to us in a manuscript from the Bodleian Library under the name of Ali ibn Dawood al-Arfadi. We have other 3 versions, one shorter, one maybe it is just a summary, but I'm not going to consider this question, which is also not very well studied because as far as I've seen. So nothing else is known about this author, al-Arfadi, beyond what is found in this work. He appears to have come from the region of Aleppo, because al-Arfadi refers to a place north to that city. According to Troupeau, he likely lived around the 11th century, and he belonged to the West Syriac, to the Jacobite church. In addition to composing this kitab, this book of unanimity, he is said to have authored another work on the authenticity of the gospel. And this work is mentioned in our work, in the book of the unanimity of faith. And there is no other mention of this second work by al-Arfadi. So he starts, this small booklet is divided into 11, we can say, chapters or paragraphs, okay? So the first paragraph, in the first paragraph, he emphasizes what are the elements which unify Christians. And he says that the brilliance of the Christian faith lies in the truth of faith in God. So faith in God is the first point. And the second is in the universal recognition by all Christian nations of the gospel as the foundation of religion. So the faith in God and the recognition of the gospel as the foundation of this faith, of our religion. And this, according to him, is on this all Christians agrees. However, he says, through the deceit of the devil, some of these nations, Christian nations, have become estranged from one another and have divided into groups or factions or sects even, because the firak is the Arabic word, which means also sect, but we can say group because sect, at least in Italian, has a negative connotation. Firak has not a negative connotation, so groups. He then reflects on the existence of many Christian communities, which he categorizes under three main groups, which, according to him, are Nestorians, Melkites, and Jacobites. So he's talking about the Syrian church, of course, the various forms of Syrian church, Nestorians, Melkites, and Jacobites. And despite the presence in each of these groups, he says, of individuals ignorant and prone to sow discord, he says that he finds no difference among them, at least no difference significant enough to provoke disagreement concerning religious practice or faith. This is just the first paragraph. In the second, third, and fourth paragraph, Al-Arfadi underscores the unanimity and concord among these groups regarding the elements he first identified as the pillars of our faith. So the fact that they have a true faith in God, and the fact that they believe in the gospel. So he insists on these points. In paragraph 2, he observes that all three groups trace their faith back to the gospel and are united in their recognition of the Pauline epistles, the Acts of the Epistles, the Acts of the Apostles, and the Catholic epistles. Since the gospel, he says, is the foundation of religion, Paul is the demonstration of religion, the Acts are the testimony of religion, the agreement, the unanimity, and the shared faith among these communities are genuine with respect to the foundation of our faith, our religion, to its demonstration and to its testimony. And then he goes to, here there is a kind of canon of the New Testament, as you have seen, because he says the Gospels, the Pauline epistles, the Acts of the Apostles, the Catholic epistles. In chapter 10, he will add also the ancient books to this. And so the Torah and the prophets. So the Bible, anyway, which is also one of the reference points for Nersēs Shnorhali. He always says that we have to measure all our beliefs on the Bible. He repeats this many times. So in paragraph 3 and 4, the author stresses the substantial unity of these groups concerning the fundamental tenets of faith. So the Trinity, incarnation of the Word, the death and the resurrection of Christ, and so on. and he explicitly mentions the Nicene Creed and notes their common celebration of Christ's feasts and their observance of the sacraments. So all this is something unifying these three groups, even if they are fighting against each other. The following two paragraphs, in the following two paragraphs, Al-Arfadi addresses what, according to these same Christian communities, is the most divisive issue. And of course, the most divisive issue is the union of Christ's divinity with his humanity. So in paragraph 5, he reviews the position of each of the three groups. And in paragraph 6, he emphasizes that in each position, the fullness of the divinity and humanity of the word, of the Logos, as well as their union and distinction, are preserved. So there is no difference, he says. There is just a difference of stress. One stresses one thing and another one stresses another thing, but the meaning is the same. And then he goes on. Noteworthy is the closing passage of this paragraph, where, similarly to what we found in Nersēs Shnorhali, Al-Arfadi contrasts the diversity of formulations with the essential unanimity of reasoning, with the substance. And he writes, I quote, "Whereas they disagree about the expression, they agree about its meaning. And whereas they each disavow the literal expression, they are in agreement about its intrinsic meaning." Here there are significant Arabic words. He says, fi al-zahir, fi al-batin, which is the intrinsic meaning, the literal, the superficial, the literal expression. Those are words which were used among the debate on faith among Muslims, not with Christians, but among Muslims. In the next two paragraphs, Al-Arfadi focuses on the Marian title Mother of Christ, used by the Nestorians, in contrast to the epithet Mother of God, used by the Melkites and the Jacobites. He explains the substantial equivalence of the two forms. The difference lies only in the form of the expression and does not affect the underlying concept of faith. So also in this case, it is a matter of expression, but not of substance. In chapter 10, he further argues theoretically about the difference of expression. So this fact, which we find also in Nersēs Shnorhali, in this author, but also in other Arabic authors, is more conceptualized, is more analyzed on a theoretical, from a theoretical point of view, from a philosophical point of view, I would say. In fact, he says, and not just mentioning the formulas of the profession of faith, as we find in Nersēs Shnorhali. So here the idea is wider. The thought is wider, I think, is more theoretical. He says about the same question in paragraph 10, he says, I quote, "We assert that if the divergence concerns the substance and existence of the thing, such as when one says that the fire is hot and another says the fire is cold, then this requires that one party must be right in contrast to the other. However, in cases of divergence arising from synonymy and the similarity of terms, such as when one says the fire is hot, another says it burns, and the third says it blazes. I don't know if blazes is the correct translation in English, but should be synonymous of burns and is hot. These statements do not differ in meaning, but in name, and do not affect the substance. So you see that this discussion is on another level, is not on the religious level, it's on a philosophical and more theoretical level. In addition to the theoretical explanation of the relativism in human language that can vary even when referring to a single identical truth, Al-Arfadi illustrates this with a beautiful metaphor. I quote this metaphor, which is very beautiful, I think. I quote, "In my opinion, it is like people heading toward a city, about whose authenticity and existence they all agree, but they disagree on the ways and roads to lead to it. Each group takes a road and they claim is the correct way to the city, excluding the others. Once they reach the end of their respective roads, they all gather in the city without any disagreement about its authenticity or existence, despite the diversity of roads." Unquote. It's very beautiful, I think, this, because it's very clear. And Al-Arfadi also notes differences in certain religious practices, just as Nersess Shnorhali did. No? So in certain religious practices of the three communities, such as, for instance, the manner of making the sign of the cross, or the variety of prayers forms. And he believes that these are different customs rooted in the distinct cultures that practice them. So it is connected with the culture. Those are different customs, and they are rooted in the distinct cultures that practice these different customs. So it's a cultural issue. Yet, they do not undermine the unanimity regarding the authenticity of faith. And this is very close to what Nersess Shnorhali said. But he says, indeed, he maintains that, and this is new, that it was God himself who favored the adaptation of certain Christian practices to the cultures in which they were introduced. So this difference is not something which has to be justified as according to Nersess Shnorhali, because Nersess Shnorhali always says this does not harm the faith. Okay, here he is saying it was God himself that created this difference, because he inspired, is written not in my paper, but it's written in the booklet. It was God who inspired the men who brought the faith to them to bring the faith in that way, because it was according to their culture and it was the right way for them. So I think also this is fantastic, I think. And then he has an example for this. He says, in this regard, well, I will read. In this regard, Al-Arfadi offers a vivid image to represent the phenomenon he is describing. This variety of practices can be compared to the gospel, which spread across the world in 4 parts, thanks to the 4 evangelists. So the gospel is one, but it is in 4 forms. And this is like the liturgical practices, which are many, but in fact it's one. Thus, Al-Arfadi conceives of the well, so he has this conception of the unity in diversity. Unity in diversity is also something we find in Nersess Shnorhali, but in Nersess Shnorhali is not a plus. It's something we have to explain, but here no. Here he says it is something which enriches the various traditions. So here is the real concept of unity in faith, which is the principle found in various documents of ecumenical movement, that promote Christian communion while respecting particular traditions. This same idea is found in Nersēs Shnorhali, but Al-Arfadi seems to go beyond the formulation of Nersēs Shnorhali. In the pages of the Catholicos, the idea emerges that this variety of rites can be tolerated because it does not harm the truth of the faith, whereas for Al-Arfadi, diversity is even necessary and it is willed by God, just as the gospel, thou one, exists in fourfold form. In the concluding part of the work, similarly to what we read in Nersēs Shnorhali, Al-Arfadi insists on the Christian necessity of cultivating love and humility. So love and humility is also something necessary for reaching the union of the church, as these virtues are the foundation of the Christian religion. And those who lack them move away from the religion, and their faith fades away. So this is the content of this work, but I have to say that this is not the only work written by a Christian writing in Arabic concerning these topics, with these ideas. We have others, and even in previous centuries. I can mention, but just very briefly, so to place Nersēs Shnorhali in its proto-ecumenical and his proto-ecumenical thought in the correct historical context in which it developed, it must be noted that Al-Arfadi's work is not the only Arabic Christian text to exhibit such ecumenical openness. Similar insights can be found in the work of for instance, in the work of the Melkite priest Nazif ibn Hume, author of a treatise on the union of divinity and humanity of Christ, written as early as the 10th century. In this work, he presents the Christological teachings of the Melkites, Jacobites, Nestorians, and claims to find, I quote, no fundamental doctrinal difference, but rather differences in terminology, which unfortunately have been exacerbated by pride and the quest for domination, unquote. And then I will mention another important author, a Jacobite philosopher, very well known, this one, Jacobite philosopher, theologian, he was also a scientist and so on, Al-Takriti, who lived in the second half of the 11th century. Similarly, he states in his book of the guide, his Kitab al-Murshid, the book of the guide, that, and I quote, the Christological differences between Jacobites, Nestorians, and Melkites are matter of expression, not of true meaning, unquote. So those are just a couple of examples, but then there are other authors with similar ideas, or most of them are not translated. I could find this, for instance, the passage of the work of Nazif ibn Hume is, there is a translation of a summary of this work. And for the other one, for Al-Takrit, the line which I quote was just mentioned, quoted by, in the original Arabic, by Father Samir, Khalil Samir, you know, the professor of the former professor at the Pontifical Oriental Institute, who worked a lot on Christian Arabic literature. So there is a lot of work to be done on this, I think. I finished. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Baez, for this very interesting talk, introducing us also to a new source, probably that many of us were not so familiar with. Our next speaker is Dr. Armine Melkonyan, who is currently a postdoctoral researcher in the ERC project Armenia Entangled, Connectivity and Cultural Encounters in Medieval Eurasia, 9th and 14th Centuries at the University of Florence. Her research focuses on late antique and medieval Armenian theological and philosophical treatises, biblical commentaries, liturgical texts, and manuscripts. She's also worked on 19th century Armenian literature and culture, including the literary heritage of philosopher, theologian, and philologist Hovset Bartaved Artsakhatsi, and the life and work of Ravon Bartaved Birolemyan. She's involved in the preparation of the multi-volume manuscript catalog coming out of the Modern Apparan, and has also edited texts in the last 2 volumes of the Modena Kirkayot series devoted to Nersēs Shnorhali, including some newly edited works that she did found in those publications. And we're looking forward very much to hearing her speak today on Nersēs Shnorhali's views on good and evil, a commentary on Pseudo Gregory of Nyssa's Every Evil is Punishable. Dr. Melkonyan.
Thank you. Thank you very much for this kind presentation. I would love to thank Professor Roberta Erwin and Dr. Ani Shenyan for organizing this very interesting conference and for your invitation. Now I will share my screen. No, no, this was not the right one. Yes. Can you see my screen? Yeah, I guess yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So in my talk, I will discuss some Nersēs Shnorhali's views on good and evil, focusing on his commentary on a treatise that represents syllogisms on good and evil with the aim of refuting the dualistic doctrine. So here are some of the syllogisms you can read. Every evil is punishable. Nothing subjected to punishment is uncorrupted. Nothing corruptible is uncreated. And as evil is corruptible, then evil is not uncreated. Nothing is evil by nature. And because evil is an accident and no accident is substance, and consequently evil too is not substance, etc. In fact, this is a pseudepigraphical writing against the Manichaeans known in Greek tradition under the names of the 4th century church fathers Gregory of Nyssa, also Didymus the Blind, the Alexandrian, and the 6th century Byzantine theologian John of Caesarea, the grammarian. Dr. Benedetta Contin has carried out a comprehensive lexical and textual analysis comparing the Armenian text with the Greek versions published under the names of Gregory, Didymus, and John of Caesarea, and she suggests that the Armenian text is more likely to be a re-elaboration of Didymus's Greek text. Although Contin's opinion is very convincing, I have traditionally included the name of Pseudo Gregory of Nyssa in the title of my paper. So being translated into Armenian, most probably by the Hellenizing school, in Armenian tradition, this work was attributed to the famous Neoplatonist philosopher David the Invincible, and always appears as the final chapter of his major philosophical work, Definitions of Philosophy. Just to present the contextual and conceptual similarities that links these two works, I will present the last phrase of the Definitions of Philosophy and the beginning of this treatise. I quote, "And so God gave philosophy to adorn the human soul. He gave theoretical philosophy to adorn the capacities for acquiring knowledge, and practical philosophy to adorn the animal capacities, so that we should not acquire false knowledge through opinion, and so that we should do no evil. And after these words, a treatise with an insipid "every evil is punishable" would be very appropriate. With a brief and precise explanation of good and evil in the form of syllogisms, it would complete the prolegomena as part of practical philosophy. It could be said that with the syllogisms, David's philosophical work took on a more theological and moral orientation. On the other hand, this pseudepigraphical writing became very popular in medieval Armenian teaching and learning due to its attribution to David the Invincible, and especially because it became the last chapter of the definitions, which was taught as a basic philosophical work in medieval Armenian schools and universities. The lack of earlier manuscripts and literary evidences makes it uncertain when exactly the syllogisms were added to the definitions, but it is present in the oldest manuscripts we have, dating from the 13th century, and almost in all 62 manuscripts of the Matenataran I have studied. An important evidence in this regard is Nersēs Shnorhali's interpretation of the syllogisms, which I will discuss next, in which the commentator considered it to have been written by David the Philosopher and as the last part of the definitions of philosophy. This suggests that it was added to the prolegomena, to the definitions, much earlier, and that there was a long established tradition. So after this small introduction about this pseudepigraphical text in medieval Armenian tradition, let me now turn to Shnorhali's interpretation on it. In the manuscripts, Shnorhali's commentary is entitled "Commentary on the Words of David the Philosopher, which conclude his book on the definitions of philosophy, said or written by the Lord Nersess the Catholicos of the Armenians at the request of a certain Stepanos, a lover of philosophy." As we can see, the name of the definitions is mentioned in the title of the commentary, but at the same time, it is specified that the interpretation applies to the very last part of it. Armenian philologist Arshak Madoyan has even hypothesized that Shnorhali may have written a complete commentary on the definitions of philosophy, which has not reached us, and so only this last part has survived. Let's see who is this Stepanos, the lover of philosophy, at whose behest Shnorhali wrote his commentary. In general, the patrons of medieval Armenian writings, historical, theological, or grammatical, played an important role not only in the creation of a treatise, but also in its nature, structure, and content. The patron was essentially the first and the main addressee of a treatise, at the same time, the representative of the spiritual, educational, and social cultural environment, thanks to whom or on whose initiative this or that treatise was penned. And we know that we have different patrons of medieval Armenian writings, mainly commentaries. It could be a teacher, like the teacher of David Kobayretsi asked him to write his commentary on the book of Isaiah, or Hovannes Yerzenkati wrote his commentary on the book of Daniel by the request of his student and his spiritual brother. A patron could be Catholicos. We have a perfect example of Grigor Pahlavouni, who asked to ordered Ignatios Sevlernitsi to write his commentary on the Gospel of Luke, or even the king, like Vartan Arevelti wrote his famous Hromkla by the order of the king Hetum II. It is known that Shnorhali wrote his commentary on Matthew at the order of his brother Catholicos Grigor III Pahlavouni, and his commentaries on the encomium, on the cross, and commentary on the Horans at the request and cooperation of Vartan Hachpatetsi, another prominent author of the time. Also, this Stepanos is another well-known figure of the time who carried out spiritual, educational, and scientific activities both in Cilicia and in Greater Armenia, particularly in the province of Vaspurakan. We know that he served in the Catholicosate of Hromkla, was the abbot of the Barserians monastery on the Black Mountain, later moved to Vaspurakan and was the abbot of the Holy Cross monastery of Purupash. He did not author any treatises himself, but at his request, Shnorhali wrote the commentary in question. Also, Nersēs Lambronatsi, who was his disciple at the Barserians monastery, wrote his commentary on the Dormition of St. John. And also the historian Samuel Anetsi produced his commentary on calendar. On screen, you see the portrait of Stepanos, the bishop who is mentioned in the sources with the name Philosopher or Lover of Philosophy. And this is the only survived folio from the manuscript, most probably a missal, again commissioned by the same Stepanos. So he was somehow a sponsor, a patron, or a lover of commentaries. Thus, Nersēs Shnorhali began commentary with a short preface explaining his reasons for writing it, which seems to be a response to Stepanos. I quote, "The spiritual request of those who seek with faith and love must be answered willingly. According to the order of God, give to the one who asks you." Referring to the Gospel of Matthew 5:42, the author uses the biblical words in a different context to emphasize the importance of sharing knowledge in general. As is typical of medieval authors, Nersēs modestly underestimates his abilities but admits that God is just and asks of each person according to his ability. I quote, "Thus, according to this order, we also give the interpretation of the work requested, which is very small in quantity, but very great in quality." This is how Nersēs Shnorhali evaluates these syllogisms. After the introduction, Shnorhali discusses two main issues. What was the reason why the philosopher wrote about good and evil? And the second one, what is good and evil and whence is their cause? Nersēs seems to combine the reasons for writing the definitions of philosophy by David and the syllogisms. I quote, "Now, first of all, we should ask why these words about good and evil were submitted by the philosopher. Secondly, what is good and what is evil, and where do they both originate from? And now the reason why the philosopher composed this book, the conclusion of which are these sayings, that is, the syllogisms, is this. For in ancient times, a certain sophist named Pyrrho and those who followed him said that philosophy, which is a divine gift down from heaven to humans, does not exist. Moreover, some have written that evil is uncreated and is the nature of those who have it." You see that he goes smoothly from definitions to the syllogisms. I continue quoting. "But the most wicked ones said that both good and evil are influenced by God in the hearts of people. It is for this reason that the true-thinking philosopher, who was Armenian by nationality and homeland, this was very important to indicate, and was like the Greeks by education, felt compelled to write this work against this issue, so that people would not be misled by this terrible deception of Satan and believe that evil is uncreated or created by the uncreated God." With such an approach, Nersēs Shnorhali, as I mentioned, somehow equates those who deny the existence of philosophy as a divine gift with those who accepted the uncreated nature of evil, thus connecting the Pyrrhonians with the adherents of the dualistic teaching, as well as those who accepted that both good and evil come from God. Claims that Only God, the uncreated creator who caused the world to exist, is good by nature. Referring to the Gospel of Luke, no one is good except God alone. He continues that God is not only good, but also is the source of good, because abundantly he flowing the good he has in himself, he created the good creatures. One of the creatures who was good by his nature departed from good, loved evil, was called evil, and went to war with man. Shnorhali calls him the father and inventor of evil, Hayyev G'tak Chariats. But the evil will be surely punished, and only God knows the means of punishment. I quote, either with unquenchable fire, as he said, prepared for the devil, or with frost, as others have said, or with other immaterial and newest torments. It is difficult to say what Shnorhali meant by immaterial newest torment, Anyutakan Yev Noraguin Tanjanok. Shnorhali continues, like the source or beginning and the cause and the teacher of all good in Armenian, Skizban Yev Patjar Yev Usutij is God. The beginning of all evil, the cause and the teacher is Satan. Denying the ontological beginning of the evil, Shnorhali considers it as a consequence and greatly emphasizes the role of human will for the action of good or evil. I quote, true good is nothing but the fulfillment of good will of God, and evil is nothing but accomplishment of the will of the evil. And the will of the evil is the belief and behavior outside the will of God. End of quote. According to the commentator, people who are good are not perfectly good as God, who is free from evil, but partly have good, more or less than the others. Likewise, those who are following the evil are partly capable of evil, more or less than the others, and they are not entirely free from good, like Satan. Interpreting the first syllogism, every evil is punishable, Shnorhali first explains what is evil in general. At first, evil is Satan, then the people who love evil and are evil by faith or deed, or worse, both by faith and deed. In this context, he cites Paul's letter to the Romans. When you were slaves to sin, you were free from the control of righteousness, and presents his interpretation. The servants of sin and the sinners will be punished in this life, as well as in the eternal life. To describe the punishment in this life, Shnorhali uses the phrase from the conscience of the mind, Moreover, he considers the punishment of the conscience of mind as to be the greatest punishment for the soul in this life. And in the afterlife, the wicked will suffer with the Satan in body and soul. Likewise, Satan was first punished here, fell from glory, became evil instead of good, and will deserve eternal punishment in the other life. In various passages, Nersēs Shnorhali emphasizes the role of human free will for the influence of evil and good in every way. Interpreting the syllogism, nothing is evil by nature, he declares, I quote, let no one be deceived into thinking that anyone has evil by nature, for all nature is created by God, and what God has created is good, as the word testifies. Of course, he refers to the book of Genesis. According to Shnorhali, if one thinks that anger and desire in human soul are due to the superiority or lack of good or evil, he is mistaken. For the will serves nature, and not the nature serves will. Therefore, everything that obeys the will is not natural, but acquired, just as flame of anger is extinguished by fear and desire is extinguished by shame. Then if the evil is not natural, what is it? One of the syllogisms reads as, the evil is objection. The evil is objection. In Armenian, ararkutun, which Nersēs Shnorhali explains as arkumen ibnutunas, so throwing something into our nature. However, not only does evil corrupt good, but good can also corrupt evil, as Nersēs Shnorhali explains in his interpretation of the syllogism, all opposites are destructive of one another. For example, cold and heat, wetness and dryness, which oppose and corrupt each other. In the same way, good and evil, justice and injustice, falsehood and truth corrupt each other. Because when one of them enters a person and exists, it is necessary that the opposite comes out. So when good enters, evil is destroyed. And when evil enters, good is destroyed. Interpreting one of the syllogisms, no uncreated being is mutable, and the good that is defeated by evil is mutable, Shnorhali explains how good can be defeated in general by evil. So according to him, since created natures are mutable, the good in them is also mutable. And mutable good is defeated by evil, not because of the power of evil and the weakness of good, but when the person who has good gives way to evil of his own free will and choice, then good fleeing from evil is defeated, just as light is driven out by darkness. That is to say, it is through free will that good or evil exists in person or turns into nothingness or non-existence. In Armenian, he uses the word hochgoyutun. In order to explain that there can be good and evil in the same person, he gives a medical example. I quote, just as the health that has left us is restored by the art of medicine, so the good that has left us because of evil thoughts returns to us when we expel the outer evil from our hearts. I continue quotation, good and evil are always at war within us, like heat and cold. And whatever our free will allows to prevail, it arises in us and dwells in us. Shnorhali refers to Paul's letter to Galatians 5:9. A little leaven leavens the whole lump, to present his reflections on how evil naturally affects good, explaining, if we mix leaven or vinegar with another pure substance, it is spoiled according to the corruption of the leaven or vinegar. Just as the source of light illuminates the air, the same air is darkened by darkness. In the same way, the good that approaches the soul transforms it into good and the evil into evil. Evil can corrupt anyone by approaching him, but if it does not find a substance to act upon with its power, the corruption will disappear. In this life, this will happen especially through people who avoid evil and do good. And in the afterlife, it will become true when the sinners are consumed out of the earth and the wicked are no longer in it. According to the commentator, just as God wiped out the sinners with a flood, he will now cleanse the evil with fire. And just as the flame is extinguished in absence of fiery material, so evil, finding no sinful people which to live and influence, will simply disappear. In the same way, says Nersēs Shnorhali, evil will be destroyed by goodness of all, concludes the commentator. On the basis of Nersēs Shnorhali's interpretation, 14th, 15th century theologian Arakel Suneti from the Tev monastery, the abbot of the monastery, famous, also the metropolitan of Sunik, composed another more extensive commentary on the syllogisms and on the definitions of philosophy, of course, at the request of his students and his spiritual brothers. So we don't have time to discuss this commentary as well, but just to say that comparison shows obviously that Arakel Suneti is relying on the commentary by Nersēs Shnorhali, Even in some manuscripts, there is a note next to the title that Arakel Vartapetas Azgalaietzvo Meknatsan Kuparzen. So Arakel Vartapet clarifies what Galaezi has interpreted. This means that even medieval scribes, scholars, noticed the similarities between these interpretations. However, Sionetti's work is more extensive and provides more detailed analysis. In addition to interpretations, I have identified another anonymous interpretation, which is more a solution, Lutzmung, on the syllogisms, which is not a separate work, but is appended to one of the interpretations of the definitions of philosophy. I will come to conclusion because we don't have time to discuss the other parts. So, in conclusion, Nersess Shnorhali wrote a commentary on the syllogisms against Manichaeans, a work on good and evil by Pseudo-Gregory of Nyssa or Didymus the Blind or John the Grammarian, in Armenian tradition attributed to David the Invincible Philosopher. This is interesting in terms of Armenian interpretations of the works by the church fathers, authentic or pseudepigraphical. Nersēs the Graceful interprets this philosophical treatise from the point of view of Christian ontology and ethics with a simple word of his literary style. In the commentary, Shnorhali compares David the philosopher or the author of syllogisms, whoever he may be, to an architect who arranged words and phrases properly in the right order. He says, որպես ճարտարապետ ըստ այսպես եւ իմաստասերս հարմարապես կարգեբանած. In the same way, I would like to characterize Nersess Shnorhali as an architect, not only of words, reflections, but also of thoughts, because he has created his interesting theory of ontology of good and evil, mostly based on moral values. Yes, indeed, many of these considerations are not new. He's following the Christian tradition, although there are no direct references, but many of these thoughts we find in the writings of the church fathers, also of Armenian Vartapet. But in fact, Shnorhali used the same material, similar topics, examples, but he designed them in his own unique style. He constructed and presented the interpretation of this work and his theory of good and evil, which is not just author's theory, but one can notice Shnorhali's infinite care for his spiritual flock. And he tries to show a way to make his world, his context, and people good, because, as it is said in the first syllogism, every evil is punishable. And as Shnorhali interprets one of the syllogisms, the good wants everyone to be as good as he is. So, որպես բարին սիրող գոլով բարիած կամի ոչ միայն զինքն, այլև զամենեսյան լինել բարի ըստ յուրում նմանության. I will stop here, otherwise I am starting to write a new interpretation on the commentary of Nersess Shnorhali. So thank you very much for your attention.
So thank you. Thank you everyone for coming back to our panel 3, Nersess musician. It's an honor to have Professor Haik Utujian joining us from Prague. And actually, you know, it's an first time experience for me to hear musical performance on Zoom. So I'm very much looking forward to it. Haik is a professional orchestral and opera conductor with wide experience and currently serves as the chief conductor of the orchestra and chorus of Charles University in Prague. He is also a researcher at the Centro de Estudios de Sociología, and I'm not going to pronounce the rest of it, musical at the University of Lisboa, and a senior deacon of the Armenian Orthodox Church with research interests in the music, iconography, and the theology of the Armenian hymnal, and on the works of Saint Gregory Narek. He is a team member of research project entitled The Echoes from the Past, Unveiling a Lost Soundscape with Digital Analysis. And he is a contributor to the project entitled Thinking Music, Global Sources for the History of the Music Theory. Without further ado, there's a lot more I would very much like to say about Heike, but he is no stranger to many of us here. So without further ado, I would like to pass the platform to you, Heike, and we're looking forward to both the presentation and also to your performance. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear Annie. Very good evening to you, ladies and gentlemen. This isn't a concert, so you've been very kindly referring to a performance, but it's just that to make the presentation meaningful and perceptible and comprehensible, particularly to those of us who may not be particularly adept at the Limogian notation or indeed Western staff notation, I feel that I really ought to sing bits and pieces so that the points that I shall try to make can come alive, as it were. And you must forgive me because yesterday I had a large-scale choral rehearsal with 3 combined choirs, and then a choral orchestra rehearsal of the Verdi Requiem, during which time I used my voice a lot, and very little of it is now left. So any demonstrations will be done sotto voce, very, very cautiously, so that I can manage to complete this lecture, including the musical demonstrations. So, on the Odes of Saint Nersess the Gracious, sources and transmission on the one hand, numations and melodies on the other hand. Before I start, from the bottom of my heart, I should like to dedicate this talk to the memory of Maestro Horen Mekanegian, of whose passing I was informed only a few days ago, a personage that I associate very strongly with my very positive recollections from the St. Nersess Seminary and from the St. Vartan Cathedral, from the time when I was fortunate enough to spend a couple of weeks at the St. Nersess Seminary about 12 years ago, when my hosts were Professor Abraham Terian and Father Michael Fendekian and Archbishop Yerishe Gizirian of blessed memory. And on that occasion, there was also a very, very fine young priest by the surname of Malchasian, a distant relative of the very distinguished lexicographer and philologist. So given that the pleasant burden of giving a musical lecture as part of this splendid conference has fallen on my shoulders, I decided that I should like to make this dedication, if I may. Now, the motivation for my choice of subject is quite a hybrid thing because it has several elements. First of all, during the celebrations or the commemorations of the passing of the saint in 2023, I was called upon to give a lecture at a conference devoted to the memory of the saint at the Madenataran Institute, for which I decided to immerse myself on some musicological problems associated with the saint's legacy. And there were subsequent lectures also in different places, including the Holy See of Echmiadzin, and various others, of which the most recent was 2 weeks ago at the San Lazzaro Academy in Venice. Another thing that motivated me to look at those things was the very kind invitation I received to devise and organize and conduct a program consisting of music associated with the words of St. Nersess the Gracious that was due to happen at the Sistine Chapel. Sadly, for reasons that are not entirely clear to me, this event was cancelled or indefinitely postponed, but much of the benefit of the work that I did towards it remains, and there will be a substantial volume consisting of transcriptions, redactions, commentary, article introduction, and translations associated with that event, which has also informed my lecture this evening. And Peter Cowie approached me about a year ago asking me about those odes of Saint Nersess the Gracious for which melodies are now in existence, and that in turn motivated me to investigate that as well. And an article is about to appear on this in Pasmaweb, the Journal of the San Lazaro Academy. So all three of these things motivated me to prepare some of this work. And so what is going to be my procedure? Well, I will start at the beginning, as it were, and end at a relatively recent fixed point on the time axis. And my starting point will be the year 1241, the date on which the earliest known numated source to include odes by the saint is dated. So we start at 1241, and that manuscript, in fact, has a colophon which gives us some tantalizing hints about the manner in which the scribe, a chap called Hovannes, committed the odes to his codex, words and neumes, musical signs. And my final fixed point on this time axis is the turn of the 19th and 20th centuries, and in particular two Armash manuscripts that were copied at another distinguished seminary, not very far from Constantinople, a seminary that in a short period of time managed to produce a very fine crop of clergy who spread light and culture for decades subsequently. And these manuscripts, these turn-of-the-century manuscripts, were now notated in the Limongian notation, the new Armenian notational system that was devised by the year 1812 as a sort of parallel thing to similar developments in Constantinople with the Byzantine tradition, with a difference that the Chrysantine notation, as the new Byzantine notation is known, is still closely connected to the Middle Byzantine notation, whereas the Armenian new notation effected a very substantial and radical departure from the medieval pneumatic notation. So in that sense, the Armenian system, the new Armenian system, is analogous not to the Chrysantine notation, but to another Greek system, the so-called Lesbian notation after Georgios Lesbios. So my latest source, my newest, my most modern source consists of 2 volumes copied in Armash at the turn of the century. And so I shall proceed by considering all the melodies that are available to me, and I will collate musical variants of the same ode notated in places such as Venice, Constantinople, Jerusalem, as well as Armash. And I will try to gain some insight about the manner in which oral and written paths of transmission were intertwined, which indeed they were, in interesting and perhaps unexpected ways. And I will also do one other thing. I will put the medieval neumes together with the extant melodies to see if we can reach any conclusions from such a comparison, particularly concerning the degree of antiquity of the melodies. So let's look at the earliest source. It's a manuscript kept at the Bibliothèque Nationale de France. It was acquired from Constantinople in 1730, and it consists of a book of litanies, a book of odes, and the chants of the divine liturgy, and it constitutes the earliest source we have for the latter 2 genres. Since the 19th century, eminent scholars such as Macler and even Father Revont Alishan had assumed that the entire codex dated from 1241, but Armine Köşkeryan in 1971, remarkably, working as she was from a microfiche copy alone, demonstrated convincingly that the first and most extensive part of the codex, a book of litanies, was added as a later replacement added no later than in 1361. But the bit that concerns us, the part that is the Book of Odes, does date from 1241. It includes a collection of some 100 or so items, although the number sharply increases if items that are labeled as poch, as antiphons, were to be counted as separate entities. Famously, this manuscript includes 13 of the 21 odes by St. Gregory of Nareg, including the example you can see on the left, Havun Artenatial, the fowl, and some 70 or so odes by St. Nersess the Gracious, the single author by far most prolifically represented in the collection. And in case you may be wondering, interestingly enough, the third part, which is in a different hand, is a very brief section devoted to the chants of the Divine Liturgy, which also includes items believed to have been composed and introduced into the liturgy by St. Nersess the Gracious, and again constitutes our earliest numated source for those chants. And this is immediately followed by a colophon that starts in mid-folio, directly following the chants of the Divine Liturgy, and in the same handwriting as the odes of the second part of the manuscript. So it seems that the chants of the liturgy were copied by a different scribe from a different source, but with the knowledge of the principal scribe, that of the odes, who is Hovhannes. And it is this colophon that gives us some interesting hints about the way in which a scribe may have been working. I'll just give you a summary of it. Our scribe is a chap, a musician by the name of Hovhannes, who seems to have studied in the Armenian kingdom of Cilicia and then returned to Armenia proper, but was disappointed by the environment he found in the land of his nurture. He found it to be, in his own words, a very dishonorable and vile place where people had descended into laxness and fallen behind in the love of God and pursued transitory things. So he decided he wanted to return to Cilicia, which he considered a land of lovers of learning and of philosophy. But the poor chap was robbed on his way back, and he lost all his manuscripts. Obliged as he was to start afresh, he did what he could on his own, but felt the need to consult a more expert source, at length finding a very beautiful manuscript in the possession of an expert musician called Husep, the like of whom, he says, no longer existed even at the time of his writing the colophon. And Hovhannes worked at the royal monastery of Terazarg, which is a place famous for its mausoleum for Armenian kings and Catholicoi. And all the items are notated with neumes. Now, ambiguities abound in the colophon. The orthography and the syntax of the scribe leave something to be desired. And he says that he painstakingly appended the difficult melodies of the hymns he included, but it's not clear what he appended them to, or exactly what he appended to what. Conceivably neumes to words, or successive sections of the codex devoted to various genres to each other. And then there's this wonderful sentence, "First I wrote through learning, and only then from what was written." This too is rather equivocal. It has diverse implications on the interplay between memory, oral transmission, and the use of notation underpinning the preparation of Codex P79, as this manuscript is known as. Had he memorized the melodies and then provisionally transcribed those as best he could into the pneumatic system, possibly with or without the words, later completing the work by dint of collating and obtaining versions from the choice codex he was able to borrow from Husep? If this is the case, then interestingly, he did not merely slavishly copy from another codex, but he made direct use of his own memory in combination with one or more written sources. But of course, the opposite is also possible. He might have written out the words and added the neumes embodying the melodies later. And so appending, when he says that he painstakingly appended difficult melodies for these hymns, could refer to a hybrid modus operandi, a complex process of collating and bringing together the above elements in any appropriate order. And of course, it behoves us to inspect the manuscript itself. You can see again, this is a page that I've got in color, so I like to show it off. We find that initial majuscules and neumes are in red, whilst the verbal text is in black. But it doesn't seem likely that folio after folio, Hovhannes would have written the text first, with gaps left for the neumes to be added much later. There are places where the neumes may seem a little bit cramped, but there are also instances where in later stanzas the scribe was reluctant to copy out the same melisma in full, perhaps relying on the fact that whoever used the manuscript would have memorized the melismata and sung them without requiring the full notation. Gaps do appear from time to time, and of course we don't know what intermediate materials the scribe had. He may have had various provisional rough copies which did not survive. All of this serves to expose how little we know of the procedures of Armenian scribes and cantors in the Middle Ages. Now, let us turn to the odes. I mentioned San Lazzaro, and San Lazzaro has versions for 3 of the odes by St. Nersēs, melodies for 3 of the odes, Nordzarig, Zaravetsav Dernichachin, and Parpar Avediats. But we do have other versions also. Let's start with the first of these, Nordzarig. Now, Nordzarig has a popular and very well-loved melody, and until recently, I believed something that I read written by the Soviet-era musicologist Nigoros Tahmisian, who claimed that this melody cannot possibly be associated with the ode by the saint, as the words deviate from the proper words of the ode. I checked and I wasn't convinced of that, other than the fact that we find the refrain Avedis, Avedis, good news, interspersed amongst the words of the ode. Although, to be fair, there is the possibility that Tahmisian may have had access to an older source with rather different words. It is possible that the sources that have the melodies that are available to me may already have modified the words to suit those by the saint, those found in Pank Chapav. Just to give you a little idea of the melody, I will sing a little of this celebrated melody, which I'm sure many of you will recognize. Nordzarig baidzarzutzov aisor inor keresmanen yerevyal luis harutyan avedis. This is a melody that is well loved in Armenian circles, and one hears it rather often. It is rather beautiful, I find, in its simplicity, and it can be sung with the words of the saint, so it is, in my opinion, a valid melody. But it's not the only one we've got. And during one of my visits to Constantinople, the late deacon Neshan Hoja Chalgajian very kindly gave me a copy of a version of this ode, copied in his own hand, I believe, and that's labeled as Mereti Vartavari. Now, this melody, this ode is usually sung for feasts of the Holy Resurrection, and thus it may be deployed on any ordinary Sunday, because ordinary Sundays are devoted to the Holy Resurrection. But in this manuscript by Deacon, in Deacon Neshan's hand, it's referred to as Mereti Vartavari, to be sung during the Divine Liturgy, during the Feast of the Holy Transliteration, and accordingly the ending is truncated to make it fit smoothly with the processional cantimus hymn associated with nocturnes of that day, consistent with the custom of deploying a melismatic version of the cantimus sung at nocturnes as a processional hymn during the Divine Liturgy, following the ode sung during the preparation of the gifts. And the melody is described as belonging to the Hijaz Uzal Makam, which an Armenian explanatory note indicates that it is Kimtsai and Daniken, from the family of the third authentic mode. In other words, it is a type of Hijaz, but a specific type, and the Makam Uzal is associated with a tendency, whether in the upper tetrachord, the higher notes of the melody, as we move upwards in the Limongian notation, we encounter a Vernachar sign, which represents more or less an F sharp, whilst when the melody goes downwards, we find a Khunj with a tilde, with a Gisver, in other words, an F natural. I'll sing you a little bit of this to give you an idea of what it's like. It's completely different from the other melody that I sung to you. Nor sorry, it's and so on. This will give you an idea. There was a little error in the manuscript as well, which misled me. Forgive me for that. But I think this suffices to give you an idea of how very different this version is to the other one, the much better known one. But this is not all. It turns out that there is a version in San Lazzaro in Venice, of which a manuscript transcription was very kindly shown to me by Father Serafino, by Father Serofpe, with what I considered to be self-evidently a very different melody. At least that's what I thought at the time. It looked to me to be very much a sort of Tagen Asteri, a small category of rather melismatic hymns in a particular mode, and I was very kindly called upon to sing this at the end of the Shnorhali conference at the Madenatan Institute, and I sang it at the time under the impression that it is indeed Tagen Asteri. So the opening of it I sang rather like this. And as you heard, I sang F sharps, not only here, nor, where one is written, but I added F sharps there and there as well, assuming that they were absent as a result of an omission, as a result of an error. So I sang nor, do. After all, I justified myself not only by my assumed context, musical context of Tagen Asteri, but also I saw that Father Leonce Dayan had written a natural sign here, indicating that that F has to be a natural, not a sharp, but there wasn't any other sharp other than this one here, if you can see my arrow. So I assumed it was a kind of courtesy accidental, that given that the last sung F would have been sung sharp, or so I thought, namely here, then a reminder was necessary that, look, it's not sharp anymore, sing a natural. It did not occur to me that Father Leonce might have meant for those two notes to be sung natural without a sharp, which would have created a very odd effect, as I thought. Nor, da, ari, di, 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 dum. That sounded odd to my ears, so I rather blithely and confidently assumed that this was Tagen Asteri, and I had an F sharp there and an F sharp there. And for the transcription and redaction that I included for the Pasma Web article, I was, of course, prudent enough to put the sharps in square brackets, indicating that it was an editorial edition. But I didn't think much more of it until my good friend, the eminent musicologist, Haig Avakian, who has been doing a lot of extremely valuable work over the years in Cairo, in Egypt, very kindly made available to me a new publication of his consisting of transcriptions made by Father Shakarian in Jerusalem when he was still a deacon. I think he was Deacon Vartavar. Before the genocide, he started the manuscript in 1914. This was before the main influx of Constantinopolitan musicians who, so to speak, flooded Jerusalem. And one unintended consequence of this was that, to my mind, very little of what used to be sung in Jerusalem survived, because these Constantinopolitan chaps were so very dominant, and they knew musical notation. And the Jerusalem melodies, to the best of my knowledge, had not been notated. But it's possible that this Shakarian chap may have captured some of what was sung in Jerusalem as well. It's not entirely clear how much he copied and how much he transcribed on the basis of what was sung around him. And so Haig Avakian sent me his new publication, and lo and behold, there was a version of Nordzarig, which you can see in the middle here. This is the beginning. And lo and behold, the shapes of the melodies look very similar to those of the Constantinopolitan Kimtza, Hijaz melody. The contours are very similar, but whereas the modality of this is Kimtza, here you will find something that is very, very reminiscent and suggestive of the dilemma I faced when I was editing the Venetian melody, which you can see on the left-hand side. So it's and so there's a C sharp there, that's the little sign, the tilde that sharpens this C natural, and there, but everything else afterwards, all the C's are natural. And this is very similar to what we get if we take Father Leon's Dayan at face value and don't insert any sharps where he doesn't have any. So it seems to me rather intriguingly that here are the analogous bits, as long as we exclude those editorial sharps, which I added cautiously and perhaps ought not to have done at all. So the Jerusalem version may have served as a kind of bridge between the Venetian version, which to my mind seemed to be largely to be Tagen Asteri, and the Hijaz Uzal version in Constantinople. The modality of the Jerusalem version is a little uncertain, but it seems to behave a bit like the Makam Shehnaz for the opening, and then eventually it ends as Husseini, which is our traditional Penza Makam. So the modalities differ, and the middle version may be a kind of bridge between the other two, but the shapes are rather similar. And this, of course, raises suspicions. How may those melodies be related to each other? What does all this mean? How are they connected? And did the chicken come first or the egg? I'll talk about this a little later, but let us try and equip ourselves a little better by examining 2 or 3 other odes as well and see what we find. But shortly afterwards, there was another delightful event, namely, during one of my conversations with Father Serapis in San Lazzaro, I was moaning that I knew there were these Armash manuscripts in the Caucasus to which I was not allowed access, in fact, had been refused access point blank, and I needed them for my article for Pasmaweb, and could he not intercede on my behalf. And Father Serafino spoke to a very nice gentleman at the Madenatran called Vahe Torosian, and lo and behold, I received a very kind email from Dr. Torosian a couple of days later, and then received photographs of the Armash manuscripts a couple of days after that. And of course, I was able to find a lot of interesting things in those manuscripts, including this very ode, Nord Zarig, in a version that is very, very similar to Neshan Hoja's Constantinopolitan version, except the Armash manuscript is longer and it covers more of the words, whereas, as I said, the Neshan Hoja one was truncated. At this point, I ought also to express my gratitude to another worker at the Madenataran, Mrs. Astrid Moucherian, who was kind enough to inform me of some of the contents of the Armash manuscripts, a couple of which she has transcribed in her very useful volume about the musical traditions associated with Armash. So I'm very grateful to her as well. Now, let us leave Nord Zarig for the time being and look at another ode for which it seemed no one outside San Lazzaro knew that there might be melodies available. And so this is the Armash version of Nord Zarig. So I now move on. And that's Zaravetsav Derni Khachin. And Gurerian's Garkavorutun volume, which is a marvelous compendium. In a single volume, you've got a combined lectionary, hymnal, breviary, typicon. So with that volume in your hand, you don't need anything else. Everything is in the right sequence. It follows the church calendar. And by the way, Terian has the finest numations that ever appeared on the printed page. They have not been reached, let alone be surpassed. And anyway, in Garkavorutyun, he says, towards the end of the liturgy on Good Friday, the order of the crucifixion, this is a service that is not held in many places, sadly, but it is in San Lazzaro, where it is done fully and properly. And he says, Yevasendar urpatu. And they say, or he means they sing the Friday ode, Zaravetsav deren. The Lord was thirsty on the cross. Gam aildar chachelutian, gam isharaganats chachi. Or some other ode of the crucifixion, or one of the hymns of the Holy Cross. So Zaravetsav is actually named in the Garkavorutyun, suggesting that this is a tradition of very long standing. But I haven't found it mentioned anywhere else. So you can see a photograph that I took, that's why I'm not in it, on Good Friday, and you can see Father Serofpe singing the ode. And I transcribed it from a manuscript he kindly made available to me, but I proceeded to make some small modifications on the basis of what was sung on Good Friday in San Lazzaro 3 weeks ago. So this is the transcription I made from the manuscript, and I discussed it with Father Serofpe. But here you can see where I've put the arrow. I've added in square brackets something that he sung differently from the written page, and I rather liked it and felt it ought to be captured. I'll just sing you the beginning of this, if I may, because time is advancing inexorably. And so on. I purposely sung this much because I want to ask some questions as to who might have composed the music for this ode. The ode, to my ear, sounds pensa, and the thing is, it contains motifs that are uncannily reminiscent of other San Lazzaro chants, two particular chants. One for Trmpatsek, the opening of the doors ceremony carried out at Vespers on Palm Sunday. There is a dialogue between those outside who wish to go in. The high-ranking clergy sings, Pats mes deres turn vormutian, open, Lord, unto us the door of mercy. And then, usually what happens, a deacon or another clergyman from behind the doors responds by saying, Who do you think you are? Why on earth should I open the door for you? These doors are open only for the righteous, paraphrasing the psalm. And in San Lazzaro, this dialogue that is usually recited in most churches is sung, both the outside and the inside. And it's sung in a pensa melody that exhibits a motif that you find in Zaravetsov as well. And the whole passage is numated in sources. So it does really suggest that in the old days, perhaps everyone would sing this, but we've lost the melodies and we recite them, but they've kept something in San Lazzaro. And the plot thickens when we look at the Cantimus hymn for Good Friday, the Huish-Zaner version. The hymn in question is Ardzat Sirutiamp Molial Huta. Judas, led astray by his avarice, a very, very moving hymn, also pensa. And San Lazzaro has kept a very, very beautiful, lengthy, slow, highly melismatic melody, which is attributed to none other than Baba Hampartsum Limongian, the co-inventor of the new Armenian notational system. Ironically, I haven't found any version of that melody in the Limongian notation that bears his name, but the melody was kept alive orally in San Lazzaro until it was transcribed rather more recently. So I'll show you the two motifs in question in Zaravetsov are those two that I've labeled here. Oh, first of all, the yellow arrow and the little miniature photograph of Father Serofpe accounts for that B natural there that you can see in square brackets. So that's my justification. And the red brace embodies the melody Well, in Trampatsek, this is sung And if we look at the Ardzat Sirutiamp, which I notated myself in the Limongian notation on the basis of an archival 1974 recording where the late Father Vertanes Uluhogian is singing. So you see, it is the same motif. As for the second motif, we find it here in Ardzat Sirutiamp. Which is the same thing. Now, does this mean that our ode Zaravetsav der Nichachin was composed by Baba Hampartsum Limongian as well? Possibly, but we can't be sure because the similarity is not proof of common authorship. Someone may have been inspired to compose one or other of those things on the basis of something earlier, a common root to all, or these motifs may have been just floating in the air, saturating the minds and hearts of church musicians, whether in Constantinople or San Lazzaro, I know not. But it is a very interesting connection. And of course, in my newly acquired spoils, namely the Armash manuscripts, I found a completely different version as well of Zaravetsav der Nichachin that is completely different. And it is in the Ajem Asheran Makam, which perhaps some of you may not have heard of, but in fact it is not exactly uncommon in Armenian sacred music, as I'll show you in a moment. But I'll show you a little bit of the opening so that you can see what the melody sounds like roughly. and so on. So it's a major key, as you see. Now, other examples of Ajam Asheran, one of them is the Alleluk that we sing at the end of nocturnes at Christmas. I'll sing you a little bit. Alleluia, alleluia, alleluia. It's exactly the same makam. And there's yet another example from the Divine Liturgy. If you look at the Ekmalian transcription, the hymn of praise after communion, Kohanam Keskender, it's the same modal world inhabited by this. And there's one other example as well, very, very intriguing, because it's mentioned in Father Minas Pezeshkian's manuscript monograph of 1812 as an example of Ajam Asheran, and it's none other than Havun Artnatsial by St. Gregory of Narek, but not the well-known melody. In fact, neither of the relatively well-known melodies, but something else that I found in San Lazzaro. And had it not been for this transcription, which we owe Father Revon Dayan, who made it in 1934, we would know of the existence of the melody, but never get to see or hear the melody. Havun, and it really behaves as described by Father Minas Pezeshkian. So the Armasht Zaravetsav belongs to this very sound world, very different from the environment of kneeling in front of the cross and lamenting about the crucifixion and that our Lord was athirst whilst on the cross. I turn to my third example now, if I may. And here we find two rather different versions, both from San Lazzaro. The first one published in 1877, if my memory serves, but probably transcribed earlier, by the brilliant Venetian musician and great lover of Armenian sacred music, Pietro Bianchini, one of my heroes. It's Parpar Avediats for the Annunciation, and I'll sing you a little bit of it. Now contrast this, however, by the later transcription by Father Leonce Dayan. So you see, it's completely different modally. It's a minor mode, a kind of harmonic minor mode. One might say something like Kimtza, or maybe Pensatartsevatsk or Hijaz, if you will. Whereas the one on the left, even the tonality is the same. They start on a C, they move very similarly, but we have por, por. This leads me to suspect there are other examples of similar things happening. Could it be that Bianchini heard something that was sung in a very delicate way, something that he was not quite able to capture using the equally tempered Western staff notation that was available to him at the time? Someone may have sung the E that you see here very, very slightly flattened. And likewise, the B natural you can see there may have been very, very slightly flattened. There is evidence in examples we find of other things in the Limongian notation, the earliest transcriptions, that suggests that these things were sung much more delicately. So he heard something that was neither major nor minor, and he tried to approximate it as best he could. Whereas by the time Dayan wrote it, either Dayan decided to reduce it to something that was kimtza, or more probably, I say more probably because Dayan himself divided a system whereby he could indicate quarter tones, and you find them in many of his manuscripts, but not here. Or by the time of Dayan, the rather more subtle and sophisticated modality had been reduced to something more common, something easier to sing, and so that is what Dayan notated. So we have now several intriguing cases of melodies being modified, transformed, changing a little, not very much, perhaps the shapes remaining the same, but the modality and the intervals being modified, even on the same island, let alone between different geographical centers. I'll return to this at the end of my talk, but I want briefly to look at the neumes. Now, I promised I'd show you some of the nummations of these odes. I'll show you Nordzarik, Zaravetsav, and Parparavediats, and I'll do so quickly so that we don't delay too much. Now, we don't understand the medieval Armenian neumes, but we are able to elicit all sorts of bits of indirect information from them using a bit of detective work. For example, the density of the notation itself can be informative. How the notation changed over time may be of interest. We find often chains of interconnected neumes that appear as blocks, they recur. That means we can draw up a sort of plan, something about the form, about the way in which an ode may have been sung, and the distribution of neumes over the text can also be quite eloquent. And this brings me to a particular way in which we can use the neumes for our present purpose, which we owe the greatest Armenian musicologist of all time, Yeriaden Desian. He carried out empirical work as well as some astute observation. I won't go into it because I've talked about it extensively on other occasions. But he decided that he could associate metrical values with syllables bearing particular neumes or none, and he tabulated 4 categories, and we can examine our nummated sources on this basis, and we won't know what the melodies sounded like that were sung, but we can tell, according to those principles, how long a singer was expected to spend on particular syllables of text, and see whether that has been preserved in the melodies at our disposal. Spoiler alert, we don't have very much time left. The short answer is no. The melodies that we have do not correspond to the durational lengths associated with the neumes. This is Nordzarik from the manuscript about which I expatiated earlier in this talk, the Paris number 79 d'Agharan, copied and notated by scribe Johannes. And I used other sources as well, two Madanataran manuscripts. And although here I've encircled in red, the verbal text is a little different, and nonetheless, the same number of syllables and the same number of beats has been preserved. So we've got long, short, long, short, long, short. It's all very crude, but even this is sufficient to demonstrate that none of the melodies we've got for Nordzarig could possibly correspond to those neumes. Now, you can be a fanatic, and as certain people are, and have it as an article of faith that the melodies we now have and know date from the 12th century, and these are the ones that the saint sang. Well, good luck to you, because then you've got to explain why they don't correspond to the numations that were that have reached us from manuscript sources that were copied out within decades of the passing of the saint. Let's look at Zaravetsav. Here again, we see Zaravetsav, dern, ichachin, vor besesmart. Ein, vor arar, zov gianos, zov keretzig. Long, short, short, long, long, short, short, long, long, short, short, long, and so forth. Again, none of these sources, and I'm sure I would find others to be similar, because usually one finds that most of the manuscripts have more or less the same neumes, and where the duration, where a particular neume is different in a source, usually it is another neume that has the same metrical duration associated with it, so the meter is not affected. Finally, Parpara Vedyats that I showed you. This is again the Paris manuscript that I talked about. Now, here we have slight differences in the durations. So, for example, this Venice manuscript has short, long, short, short, long, short, long, and so on. All this is very crude, but again, it is sufficient to show that the melodies that we've got cannot possibly correspond to those neumes, and therefore do not really have very much to do with what the saint may have sung. As I'm now approaching the end of my presentation, for the sake of completeness, I want to say that very happily we have yet another melody for another ode, Nastial Ganaiken, also to be found in the Armash manuscript. So I'm delighted about that, but I should now like to proceed to some of my conclusions, if I may. So my conclusion is basically a question, and then a very feeble attempt to provide little bits and pieces that could conceivably be partial answers, but with great caution. So what can the interrelationships between those melodies tell us about the modes of transmission? At least in the San Lazzaro context, we find that earlier transcriptions are apt to be modally more unusual from a modern perspective, from our own perspective perhaps, and even possibly from Diane's time. And there has been a tendency for simplification and modal standardization. We find other cases of this as well. So, for example, there is a glorious Alleluk sung in San Lazzaro at Tenebre on Maundy Thursday in the night during the Saturday nocturnes, in effect, where Diane's notation has a very complex and splendid mode that is not very easy to pull off, but it is marvelous. And yet there's a recording of the late Father Vertanes Uluhogian, who has sung it in a simpler, less exotic mode. That's another example of the same thing happening. By the way, this Alleluk, Zartiav Averan, this versicle is not a psalm. It comes from Ampagum, from the prayer of Habakkuk, which succeeds Psalm 147 in the Armenian canon. In a loose sense, the Armenian tradition treats the entirety of the 8 canons of the Psalter as psalms, even things that are not psalms. we find the same phenomenon in the case of the ode Ndrialet Hastuzov Yerchanig Sup Hairabed, that is sung when the celebrant is a patriarch or high-ranking clergyman. If we compare the Bianchini 1862 transcription, again, there's a very Eastern-sounding, lovely modality to it, whereas those transcriptions made by Diana almost a century later lack that modality. And we find it in the Serpasatsutiunk, the hagiologies, or hagiades, if you like, as we proceed from Bianchini to Dayan. We find that there's simplification modally, as well as in terms of ornamentation and degree of melismaticity. So it is reasonable to suppose that the modally unconventional or unusual variants may well have been precursors to subsequent versions that do bear signs of simplification, standardization. There's also evidence for the role of oral transmission. Some of the melodic contours have stayed the same. They may have lingered in the mind of singers and church musicians, even in a new or different modal context, or even in the same mode, as in the case of the Venetian Zaravetsav der Nichachin, where I demonstrated that there were two motifs that you find in other chants as well. Finally, we cannot tell the age of the melodies with any certainty. Some may be associated with the two Baba Hampartsums, Baba Hampartsum Limongian, the inventor or co-inventor of the notational system that bears his name, or the later Hampartsum, Baba Hampartsum Cherchian, who is associated with the Armash tradition and the Armash manuscripts, from which I showed you some examples. Other melodies may be somewhat older, but in any event, the complete disparity with the Numations strongly suggests that nothing we have by way of melodies of the odes of Saint Nersess the Gracious is of any appreciable antiquity. Ladies and gentlemen, this does not reduce either their artistic value or their sanctity one whit. Perhaps transmission in the early modern period, which we have looked at, manifests a certain balance between change and stability, adherence to manuscript witness, memory and orality, that is, come to think of it, not all that different from the procedures of our scribe of manuscript P79 in 1241 AD. At the same time, all this serves to expose how very little we know of the procedures of Armenian scribes and cantors in the Middle Ages, and also that we don't know very much more even about transmission at an age that is much, much closer to our own. I have displayed here various articles of mine that may be of interest, that amplify various aspects of what I have spoken, even though Annie and Roberta have been very generous in allowing me an hour. I don't want to abuse their kindness. So this concludes my talk. Thank you very much indeed for your attention.
But thank you. I want to once again thank everyone in person who contributed and offered very insightful thoughts on both your presentation, but also on the previous panels. Thank you, all of you who have joined us from very, very late hours. So thank you for staying up on such a late time, Haik. I really appreciate that. Thank you to our colleagues from Armenia. Also, very much enjoyed seeing all of you on here for the duration of the panels and the talk. So I just want to make a very brief announcement. Tomorrow, we will start at 10 a.m. Once again, here, Zoom will resume at 10 for us in person, 9:30, please. And we will begin with Garnik Harutsunyan and Seda Manukian's paper. And then after that, it will be Jesse presenting his paper in person here at the seminary. I hope that if there are any confusion or any questions to address sort of logistically, happy to do that. Otherwise, I just want to say congratulations to everyone
for such a successful day one to this conference. So thank you. Just a round of applause. All of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Annie and Roberta, for a splendidly organized conference. It was a great pleasure to take part. Allow me to wish you bon appetit. I shall derive some vicarious enjoyment from the knowledge that you're having a splendid, well-deserved meal.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mike. And thank you, everyone. Have a great evening. Rest well and see you tomorrow.